when Nick last spoke to you, Arsenal had come off the back of that fairly poor December run, looking to bounce back into
Yeah,
Palace.
that's right.
Bounce back is one word you could put it. They've absolutely blitzed every single opponent they've had. Just again, they're now back top of the league. Just
Yeah.
their chances for the rest of the season.
Well, look, they've got every chance. I make the bookmakers right, how they've priced it. There's Man City favourites, Liverpool second favourites, Arsenal outsiders out of the three. I do agree that is the right decision, but that could easily change the next game against Man City. And we all know they got beat pretty comfortably last year, if I'm being honest, Arsenal and Man City. So that's the big game. You know, Liverpool have one eye on it as well, so we could do with a draw there. We win our game, suddenly we're top of the league again. So I think it's going to be like that the whole season now. Arsenal still got some tricky games. I think Tottenham and Villa could play a big part. I know they only drew 1-1 yesterday, Villa, but they're going for that top four as well, top five. But all three teams play Tottenham, and all three teams play Villa still, so they could have a little bit of a part in it. Arsenal probably got the hardest game because they're going to the Tottenham Stadium, and you know it's a North London derby, which is a little bit more spicy as usual. But look, I'm really pleased how they're playing. It's fantastic to see the youngsters really stepping up now, and people always said that we need a striker. Yes, we do need a striker, but other guys are chipping in with goals now, which is so important. Trossard, Havertz, Saka, you know, Martinelli, other guys popping up with a few here and there. Declan Rice is getting on the score sheet as well. So that's what you need if you're going to be, because you can't rely on one man up front to score you the goals. You've got to spread it around the team, which are doing very well at the moment.
And the next game for Arsenal is obviously Manchester City. How do you see that panning out now that Arsenal haven't played since that Champions League match against Porto? Now they've got 2 weeks off, and City.
Yeah, it's not ideal sometimes. It's not ideal. We know that. You know, you look at the situation, and sometimes you want the break. Certain clubs want the break. Who's got injuries and need to get players back in. Other teams are flying and really good form, done with the break. And you know, it's come at a bad time probably for Arsenal. If I'm being honest, they probably needed to keep playing, but that's football. No one can judge that. No one can start a season. You don't go, well, hopefully we're winning games and there's an England break and it will muck us all up. You just got to get on with it, I'm afraid. But that is a massive game now, huge game for Arsenal's point of view. I mean, going to the Etihad is always very, very difficult with the players they have. But they've just got to go there, believe they can do it. Defence has got to play well. I think they've got to be solid. I mean, you know, the fullback might not have to keep going on. They might have to play as a solid back four and let the guys in front of them get on with it. But, you know, it's always a tricky place to go. Haaland, Saliba and Gabriel have got to sort him out. Then you look at every round the pitch, you're going to have individual battles where you've got to win probably, you know, 6 of them out of 5, and then you've got a chance of winning the game. So that's the hard bit. If you can do that, then, you know, you hopefully can get a result. But I said before, if you can get a point at the Etihad, that'd be a really, really good point away from home. Anything more than that, a win would be absolutely unbelievable. And I'm sure Arsenal will be put favourites to win it, or Liverpool probably put favourites to win it if they do slip up and Arsenal beat them. But I still think City are the ones to beat for me. But Liverpool, Arsenal will be very, very close. And I think it go down to the last couple of games. I really do.
And obviously, Bukayo Saka, Phil Foden. I think you've probably spoken about this debate, about the world-class debate. Where do you see Bukayo and Phil in that discussion? Do you think Bukayo is world-class here? Do you think Phil's world-class?
He's on his way to be world-class. I mean, you know, it's a big thing to say world-class, but certainly potentially. You know, if you can play, I think everybody looks at the international scene now, don't they? If he can play, be the best player in the Euros and the World Cups and be like the star man, again, you've got that world-class status, haven't you? He's such a good player to watch, Foden. You know, the way he develops, and everybody said he needs to go on loan, he needs to, you know, toughen up. But he's been learning off so many good midfielders over the years. You know, if you look at the players they had, David Silva in that team when he was a youngster. You had De Bruyne, you had, you know, all these top, Bernardo Silva now. You've got all these top class players in that team. So he's learned off those guys, and you're learning off a great manager as well, Pep Guardiola. So he didn't really need to go on loan. They really looked after him as a youngster. and now they're getting the the bonuses of him playing well every week and playing every week. So he's a great player. Saka's a great player as well, and I'm sure they will be world class very, very soon. And people around the world are now saying, look, these two youngsters are unbelievable. Saka, how many games he played for Arsenal now? I mean, I don't know, it's 200 or now. I'm sure something like that. He's only about 21, so just shows you how important he is for the team. And Mikel Arteta can't really leave him out. If he's fit, he's got to play him. Simple as that. And Foden's getting that status now at Man City, which he probably didn't have that a couple of seasons ago.
Just one more from me.
Go on, last one, mate.
Yeah, before we wrap it up. Man City and Arsenal might even meet in the Champions League semi-finals, but they got to get past Bayern Munich first. Another draw against them.
No, it's not a bad draw, really. I mean, it could have been a worse draw. I'm like, when it all come out, and even if you get the winners of Arsenal, Bayern Munich, get one of the other guys on the other side, who's Barcelona, Dortmund, Atletico, it would be a decent draw there. But to get Man City or Real Madrid in the semi-final as well. It's good. Well, they're going to have to earn it. If they're going to get to that final, you've got to earn it. Every single team in that bit's got to earn it. Bayern Munich, Real Madrid, and Man City. And I think all those guys, all the directors who were there, were scratching their heads, going, "Oh, we didn't. It could have been a lot better, the draw." But it is what it is. You look at FA Cup final draws as well, and third round, fourth round, fifth round. Certain clubs get certain clubs. Premier League clubs get Premier League clubs, which you don't want. So it's just what it is, but it should be a cracking game. First game is going to be at the Emirates, of course, against Bayern Munich. But you always worry: is Harry Kane going to, as much as he's gone to Bayern Munich, smashed it to pieces, really, which is a lot easier, if I'm being honest, as the defenders ain't that good. Will he be the man who sinks Arsenal in the Champions League? Which will be, I'm sure you guys will be waiting to write that story. I'm sure we will, mate. Well, Ray, thanks a lot. But then, look, I think Arsenal got over two legs. I think they can beat Bayern Munich. I think they give you a chance. They certainly, I'm not being rude, but Eric Dyer, Arsenal got a bit of pace up front, so they've got to use that sort of pace to hurt them. And I think they definitely score away from home, definitely. So I think they've just got to try and keep a clean sheet at home, try and get a couple of goals, start quickly. But look, they've got good experience. Muller, got Gretzky in midfield. You've got some top class players. Sane on the right hand side. He knows the Premier League as well. So it should be a cracking game. And Real Madrid, Man City, what a cracking game that'd be as well. Brilliant. That's where Bellingham. Let's see, can he score against Man City? That'd be interesting.
They don't control the game in possession or out of it. They're neither. And so they're always relying on the opposition to miss their opportunities or to not create a high volume of really high quality ones, and for them to take their own chances. It's not sustainable. But I think yesterday, just the manner in which they were so outplayed, I think Thomas Frank called it the most one-sided game he's ever seen, most one-sided draw, and I'd agree, because Brentford were just all over them every time they broke. And by the way, the ease in which Manchester United's press is broken and teams can just bypass everything and get at them is shocking. But yeah, they did not deserve anything from that game. Very, very fortunate to get that point.
Jamie Redknapp said afterwards that he felt that Manchester United made Brentford look like Real Madrid. Did United get away with the draw?
Absolutely, they got away with it. I mean, Melissa's absolutely right. Yeah. It's not sustainable to allow another team to have so much of the possession. This is the sixth time in the last 7 Premier League games that they've faced 20 or more shots on goal. You're talking about Manchester United. You're talking about firepower. Well, listen, first and foremost, you're talking about a team that has cost hundreds of millions to put together. You're talking about a team that's trying to compete for a Champions League place that actually they don't deserve. And when you look at Spurs, you look at Aston Villa, you see players that are buying into what their manager wants. Man United is still a moments team. They'll give you a good moment and they'll have people saying, we've done it on the show before, have they turned a corner? I remember you being shocked the last time you asked me that, and I said no, because they are just a team you just can't trust. And I think, for me, nothing about yesterday surprised me, because I just think that Defensively, Man United are always all over the place. When you look at their run, on paper it looks impressive, but then you look at the sides that they've either that they've scraped past in many cases. Their teams in the bottom half of the table. Liverpool must look at yesterday and think, how on earth did we lose to this Manchester United team?
What I would say is that we were treated to an absolute belter of a game in the FA Cup, so they've got it in their locker to pull it out the bag.
But that's the point.
That again, though, when you look at the game, when you analyse it, that's again them utilising their moments, relying on the opposition to miss their opportunities, and that was amazing. An emotional win. Old Trafford was. I haven't seen the stadium like that in a very long time. The club needed that. The players needed that. But if you can't build anything off it, and they can't build anything off it because there's nothing to work towards. This approach that they use, like I said, is it allows the opposition basically to come at you. And Brentford had 85 touches in United's box. Brentford had won 2 of the previous 18 games. They had their entire back four missing. And they were allowed to dominate United. They were brilliant, but they're allowed to be brilliant because United don't interrupt and interfere with the opposition's build-up play. We're talking about them defensively, but also in the final third, they don't create enough. Anything of high quality. They're talking about restricting the opposition to high quality chances, but they don't create them themselves.
The performance itself, and I say, so if we can have that in the FA Cup, that's a kind of like a manager saving performance from the players. And then yesterday's performance, Jamie Redknapp was also saying that that's a performance that gets a manager the sack. It feels like they're, you know, I don't want to go back to what we were talking about before, the fact that they feel like they don't know what they're doing on the pitch, because they've been accused of that. You know, what is happening on that pitch? Why are they putting in performances like that against Liverpool and then performances like that against Brentford?
It's hard to be able to tell. I mean, listen, like every other team, they do have their injuries. They do have issues that disrupt the side. Mel knows more than me about the ways in and the setbacks that Ten Hag has had to contend with throughout the season. But there is no substitute for will and desire, and the kind of thing that you see at teams lower in the Premier League than Manchester United. Both teams had to win yesterday for very different reasons. Brentford are still fighting for their lives. They cannot take their place in the Premier League for granted, and yet they had 31 attempts on goal. They hit the woodwork 4 times, and you didn't really see any kind of cohesion from the Manchester United side that suggested they had the same kind of appetite. And this isn't just coming onto the show knocking Manchester United, because when they do well, you have to recognise that. But the fact is that when you look at the expenditure, when you look at the quality, the individual quality they have, and when you look at the lesser quality and the lesser resources available to other teams in and around them, you have to look at whether or not the players collectively are buying into what the manager wants, in the same way that the Villa players are doing for Unai Emery and the Spurs players are doing for Ange Postecoglou.
What are the papers saying today?
Well, I'm going to take you to the Observer, because Jonathan Wilson is scathing. The headline self-explanatory. Yes, Aya did equalise a couple of minutes after Manchester United did, but it gave Brentford the least they deserved. They gave you numbers a second ago, and I love Jonathan's intro, because he says it doesn't matter what they did 2 weeks ago in the game against Liverpool. This right here is the modern Manchester United, and they are dismal. The trouble with United, Jonathan says, is that while they've had decent performances, they are rarely followed by anything approaching a consistent run. And he's right. Liverpool, as I said before, they'll be gutted that this Man United that looked like a rabbit in headlights, they lost to them, because had this Man United played against Liverpool the other day, Liverpool would have taken them apart.
Yeah. Just finally on this, Erik ten Hag, will he be in charge next season, do you think?
Manchester United say that no decision's been made and that they are planning for him in terms of the summer tour, in terms of recruitment. Ultimately, it will be decided by results and performances. United have a few issues in terms of what they can do financially. The compensation to let him go would be very high. Then you have to think about hiring somebody. You might need to pay compensation there if they're not out of work. Is there a standout candidate that you look at and you think, okay, this is what United are missing and this is who they can get? Remember, we have such a shift in the landscape this summer with so many big clubs and national teams going to be in the market for a manager. Can United compete with them? Now, one of the big question marks against Erik ten Hag has always been his charisma. But you look at some of the options on the market and you're thinking, well, they're not really like, you know, a magnetic personality. So it's very difficult for United because they also accept that he's not been working with a stable structure. He's not been working with a world-class operation, and he's had a lot to deal with, not just in terms of injuries, but the off-field issues. Yeah. And, you know, we're speaking about the players and is there buy-in. Can't forget that a few months ago, there was a PR campaign against him from some in the dressing room to get him the sack. So not ideal conditions to be dealing with, but no matter what we say and what context we give, the way Manchester United are playing on the pitch is just not good enough.
Rodri, thank you very much for speaking to us. Starting with the title race, how does it feel to be in a title race and how does it compare to previous years?
Well, of course, it's always so glad and emotional to be part of that race once again. This talks about the mentality and the regularity of the team all these years. I think it's after what we came the last season, winning everything. And having the desire and ambition to fight again and to arrive into this moment, to give chances to ourselves to fight again is something remarkable and amazing. This team, I've been here 5 years, and quite all of the years I've been running for the league title and fighting. So it's something special, this team, and yeah, this year we have the same idea and ambition to win it again.
How do you avoid the double treble talk?
Well, it's something natural. I mean, on the people, it's something that doesn't affect us in the sense that we know exactly what we have to do. We have to go game by game and try to arrive until the end of the season right now to fight for everything. And we have the experience now to know that every single game until the end is going to be a final, not even whatever tournament or competition you're playing. So this is the mentality. We're going to go for everything. I think we gave everything to ourselves to, as I tell you, to give us the chance to fight again. And as I said, they have to come to our house to steal it for us and to win it in the Etihad. That is not easy.
Does it make a difference if it's a 2-horse race or a 3-horse race?
Well, to be honest, never in my career I faced that situation. To be honest, 3 teams that can win the title. I think for the leagues is amazing. Of course, for the ones that are fighting, you will like only one or not even one, but is how good football and how it talks about the quality and the level right now in the Premier League. So yeah, we'll fight. This means that you have to focus on yourself, not look much on what Arsenal, Liverpool are doing. I think we have to focus on ourselves, do our run, and let's see what happens at the end.
You do have Arsenal on the weekend. Does it feel like a decisive weekend?
It is. No, definitely. We know that we have to win that game. Otherwise, it will be very, very difficult. In the fact that maybe in another year, if we're fighting just against Arsenal or just against Liverpool, is face-to-face. But now, if we draw, maybe Liverpool, they will have a gap again to gain. So it's something that we know we have to win. We're going to go for it. We're at home. Is the mentality of the team.
You mentioned you know what to do. So what role does experience make? Because you are one of the leaders of the team. You've been through this situation before. So how do you feel this influence in this type of situation?
Well, the experience is important. I don't play in the same way in the first time I win the league than the last time. You are more mature. You know when you have to go full gas, when you have to be the best version of yourself, and this is the moment. This is the moment of the season where you have to give everything. Maybe I've been kind of, how do you say in English, taking care of myself to be at the best shape of myself in this moment, and I will give everything the best, my best level, the same as my teammates. This is something that we know, and that's what we said before. I think the City performance will be the best so far in this season and in the end. So this is the most important to know these kind of things.
And you come to this match, you haven't lost for club and country for a year. It's an impressive start. It's a good start to walk into a match like this, right?
Well, it is. It is very, very happy for that. Of course, I always said that it makes me happy in the fact that if it's consequences of winning titles, nothing will be great if it means no titles or anything of that. So it's my only remark on this is winning as collectively and winning the Premier League in this case. And we know that we have to kind of give the rest, even though it's not easy when so far the season where we can win in everything.
This Sunday you have Declan Rice on the other side, and of course there are comparisons between you two for the influence you guys have on both teams, passing, defending, distribution. So how do you see his game?
Well, I know Declan for a few years. I met him. I remember one day in holidays we were talking about friendly. I think he's a nice guy. What I heard, he's learning a lot. I think he's growing massively as a player, as we can see. He's a great midfielder. Now with Mikel, since the same as me when my first year, Mikel was here with Pep. I think his influence in him is being great, and I think he's doing great in Arsenal. In the fact that it's not easy to change the way he plays in West Ham and to change into Arsenal, that it plays so different. So yeah, big credit for them, for the team in general, how they're performing the last years. And yeah, what else I can say?
Yeah, because you're both very dominant on the same area of the pitch, but maybe you have a different idea on control or rhythm?
Well, I always say the same. I think the players, I think myself, I'm not the same player that everyone else. The same, maybe Declan thinks the same of himself. I think everyone with his own qualities, physically and tactically, plays the best version of himself to adapt into the team. I think I'm a very different kind of player in terms of the way I see football, the way I control the game in my team, and the things that my coach demands from me that may be different from Mikel. So yeah, you can see on the pitch, I think he's of course super strong physicality, and he can make runs of 30-40 meters so easily because he has this power to do it. So that's why I think we're different kind of players, but at the same time we play in the same position. And I always said I try to learn from the best midfielders so far in my career.
And you were saying about this midfield role and control. Do you see yourself kind of like a tactician in midfield? Because you're very influential on the pace, on the rhythm of the game.
What's the meaning of tactician?
Yes, tactical.
Like tactical.
Sí.
Well, I've learned, to be honest, by the time I've been here in City. Yeah, of course, I think it's the biggest role as a holding midfielder to control the tempo and the rhythm in the game. Is everything for us in the way we understand football. So imagine if you play against a team that is likely to play fast. It's not smart to do it that way. We have to slow the game, and sometimes you have to increase it. And I think the player who has the key on that sense is the midfielder in general, the three midfielders, but specifically my position. And yeah, I think it's something I have to read and something I have to try to translate to my teammates.
And the passing as well. You were talking about your progress, but your numbers, your stats in passing, long passes, short passes, side passes, they're all outstanding. How do you practice that? How do you progress in passing?
Well, I think passing. Pass is something that's been natural for me since I was little. I've been growing, of course, in a Spanish culture. That as you can know, that it's easier for us to learn it because of football. But yeah, I always said that it's not just pass; it's the way you think what the pass is going to be, and is the best option. So that's why you have to try to combine the dominance in the short, in the long, when to be more vertical, when to keep the ball, and this is something you learn from the years. I said before, I tried to grow myself the last years, try to be more vertical, more that my influence is more damage for the opponent in the last third, with assists, with goals, also with more participating in the last third. And yeah, this club give me this opportunity because we play most of the time in the last third, and yeah, it's something that I've grown.
How is it to be a holding midfielder under a manager that makes it very clear that this is the most important position on the pitch, that this is the most important area? At first, is it kind of intimidating at some level, you know, because he makes it so clear that it's so important, you know?
Well, you have to, as you said, you have to take the responsibility. Sometimes it's not easy, sometimes it's, you can feel exposed because, yeah, you play most of the times alone, and lots of the players on front and not helping you in the short, but it's something that if you understand that this is profit and good for the team, is the way we can succeed, you have to adapt it, and I think it's something great for me, the way I've grown in this sense, and it can allow me to play every single way of playing, more close, more long, more with more players in between, many things, and this is something that completes you as a player.
And not only he makes it very clear how important midfield is, he was also a holding midfielder. So
yeah, he was. I would say that he was a holding midfielder in another era.
Have you seen him clips?
No. I was very, very young when he played, but yeah, some clips. But as he says, as I said, football has changed a lot in the way the midfielder understand the game. Of course, he knows exactly, and that's why the communication between him and me is easier, because he played that position, but he understands also that the things that he demands for me is not the same as his time, and this is why he asks more things, because football is developed, and as I said you before, the difference and the distance between the teams is so small.
So even though things are different, in a way, you kind of learned from Pep Guardiola, the player, as well.
Yeah, of course. There's something. I always said that football is already invented, in the sense that every year is developing, but at the end the sense of the sport is quite the same. The midfielder has to control. The midfielder has to make the team play, and yeah, this is the way it's gonna be always.
How is he? How is Pep at this point of the season?
Well, as everyone knows that this is where we fight for everything, and of course this is the moment of the year that is going to demand more for us. No excuses, there's no moments of, laying down or whatever. It's a moment to be compact and go forward no matter what happens, and it's something you can breathe from his speech.
Mm-hmm. From your vision of the game, we can kind of imagine that you would go into management at some point in your life, but you also have a business and economics degree as well, right? Yeah.
Well, I would say, I think at the minute, I don't think much on that. I think football is such, how do you say it? Congested, very demanding, business or sport. So I think when I finish my career, I'm not sure that in the short time I would like to keep, in the same world or in the same business, because it's very demanding in the head and physically. But yeah, I think I study business because I want to have formation as a person, as anything else more than a footballer, and let's see what I can do when I finish. But at the minute, I tell you that maybe no.
But studying was very important to you because you studied when you were playing, right?
Well, I started studying when I didn't start as a professional, because I always said that as my first choice, when you never know, like something that the kids have to learn, that when you play football, it's great, but you need to have chances, opportunities for your future, and you cannot give just one way, and football is one way, and if it doesn't happen, what's going to be your future? So I always have that in mind. I always cultivate my mind and my studies to have something in the future, and when I realized I could be a footballer, then I stopped studying. But yeah, I have a degree, and I'm very proud of making both things, and because people say no, it's because very difficult. It's just a matter of effort and sacrifice yourself to achieve what you want.
Were you a good student?
Well, I was a very good worker.
Okay.
I don't need to study much to understand the things. I wasn't the guy to study 3-4 hours a day. I economize my time to learn very good the things that I read or what they teach me, and I think this is something I explode.
That's kind of like you are on the pitch as well.
Maybe.
And finally, what is it going to take to beat Arsenal?
Well, it's gonna, in terms of the title race, not much, to be honest, because it will mean that we'll be there fighting again. In terms of points, still 9 games. So even though if we draw or lose, nothing is done. But we know that how the difference are right now. We must to win, and I think the most important thing will be the mental one, for us and for the opponent, to show them that we are here again and we beat you again, and we're gonna. If you want to keep us for the title rush, you have to suffer a lot, and this is something that will be important. So this is why I encourage my team on Sunday to be completely focused and know that if we knock the table on Sunday and beat them, it will be hard for them and better for us to the title race.
And on the pitch, what will be important? Because you have to break their lines as well. They can have a different pace.
So well, we face them quite a lot of times. They kind of play the same way. We try to play, I think, a bit more direct than last year. They are less, let's say, practice in terms of passing. They're more direct and vertical, and they exploit more the set pieces and the counter-attacks. They have kind of different players in this sense, like with the wingers they have and the number 8 and 10s. They are very, very attacking players, and this is why we have to be aware. We have to bring the game to our side, bring the game to what is good for us, control the tempo, and wait the moment, because I think what we are better than them at the minute is we are more mature in this kind of situations. Something that we have to exploit.
Good luck then on Sunday.
Thank you very much.
Thank you, Rodrigo.
And once again, Chelsea fans leaving Stamford Bridge in disbelief from what they've seen play out from their side this season as it finishes Chelsea 2, Burnley 2. Let's go to the former Chelsea man, shall we? Frank Leboeuf, how do you sum this up?
Oh, my God. I'm fed up, in fact. I'm fed up because, you believe that something's going to happen. You say, OK, the season is already over, but you're going to play against Burnley. They play 11 against 10, so they're going to win. And they disappear. Nothing happens. You are 1-0 at half-time. You come back, and after 3 minutes, you concede a goal. Then you try to play a little bit. You score another goal. You say, OK, well, that's fine. And then after, it's terrible. And they, as you showed, they should have lost that game. 11 against 10. Chelsea Football Club, against all due respect, Burnley. That's the end of it. For me, that's the end of it. I want to congratulate the fans to be able to still go to Stamford Bridge to watch that. I mean, come on. That's not fair for the fans. That's not fair for history of Chelsea Football Club and for the former player that I am, and some others who are watching that and are so appalled about the situation. It's unfair to all those people, and I don't know what they're doing there. Players, as I talked before, they have no stamina, nothing in their heart, nothing in their brain, don't know what to do. You play 11 against 10, you should thrash that team that you play against, and you let them come back, and you almost lose that game. Come on, that's unprofessional. That's unfair, again, to those people who love that club.
How did it happen, Stevie?
It's hard to figure out, it really is. I mean, watching this, I felt like a Chelsea fan watching this, because at 1-0, 10 men, you think the game's over. And the noise from the stadium sort of said that.
Right.
But then it goes to 1 each, and all of a sudden it all changes, and you're like, oh my goodness. Oh, but why should we be surprised? And then they go 2-1 up, and you go, right, whoa, well, they've avoided that. And then it's 2-2, and then they hit the bar, and then it's nearly 3-2. And you try to figure this whole thing out. And at the end of the day, they're just a team that's lost. It's got no real direction on the field.
So shouldn't Pochettino be leading that direction?
But he can't. He can't make any change. What changes can he make?
He said today that his team lacked the hunger that you need to compete in the Premier League.
I don't believe that. I just think they're lost. I think you've got a bunch. I could go through this team. Jackson's not a goal-scoring centre forward. He had 2 chances today. He should have scored 2. You can say the goalkeeper.
But Stevie, on paper, look at that.
I know.
Look at that team.
Yeah, but
that team should beat Burnley. Should beat 10-man Burnley easily.
Mudryk clearly doesn't know what his best game is. He doesn't know what suits his game best. Jackson, he's not a centre forward. Gallagher is stuck between being a guy that just wins the ball, but a guy who's expected to try and make passes and score goals but can't. Fernandes and Caicedo, talk about 200 million down the pan. They both, again, just do a job. I mean, there's no... Where's the playmaker? And listen, Cole Palmer, if you take Cole Palmer out of the side...
Yeah. Your relegation.
Nothing left. Yeah. There is absolutely nothing left. And defensively, they're at 6s and 7s. I mean, it's just a team that is badly put together. From the biggest standpoint, badly put together. No, not enough people with real strong characters that when things go badly, it's right, this is what we do. We all come in and then we're all strong, we're all together. There's none of that. And there's never any of that. They just look rudderless. And again, everybody will say, well, Pochettino has to sort that out. But if you don't have players in your team that you can rely on, and you can be the general or whatever you want to call it on the field, then what are you supposed to do? You can only give so much instruction. The rest of it is down to the players. But when you don't have players who have that in the locker room, they don't have the ability to lead other men. And they don't have the ability to inspire other players. And they don't have the ability to coax or pat on the back or just be the difference on the field. They've got nobody, zero. So when things do go wrong, there isn't an obvious fix. There's not a fix for this team.
Frank?
Yeah, I mean, I totally agree with Stevie. And the problem is crazy because I've talked about that a lot, and I'm fed up repeating myself. But as long as you don't have people to rely on, as Stevie explained, meaning experienced players, you cannot build anything. When you try to have an academy team because you want to do a training business, it's what you're facing. You have Thiago Silva, he's injured, he's most of the time, but for most players, the father of those players. You should have a Sterling who could help Pochettino in that matter. He does it on the goal that Cole Palmer scored, but he has to finish the action and win the 3-2, and he doesn't. So he's not the player you can rely on, and we saw that last week. So you don't have nobody else. It's a team of young players with no experience, and as long as you're going to stay in that spirit and way of thinking a club, you won't be successful because it doesn't work like that. We have, by experience, seen many times that club who tried that never been successful. So you have to mix experience with youth players, and that's how it works. It cannot work. The reaction today showed that you have no, again, personality, character inside the dressing room because they're too young. It's not even their fault. Sorry, the people on the board destroyed that club. That's what you have to face. And how you're going to rebuild that, I don't know. It's going to take a long time. But you have to change your way of thinking that. Stop the training business. Put some experienced players in a summer market. Otherwise, you're going to face the same problems next season.
But they're all on 25-year deals, Frank.
I know. I don't know how. This is why I say it's hard to find something. I'm not saying that you have to get rid of the players. if you can, because I know with the fair play and everything, you have to buy players. And again, last season, Maddison, Ward-Prowse, they're not expensive players. We saw how important they've been for Spurs or and West Ham. You just think football. You know, you have people who are there, the scouts, to find the right people. You don't have to spend 100 million to have a number 10. And that's why I'm talking about Maddison and Ward-Prowse. You can find those players who are very useful. We know football, we know the Premier League, we have the experience and can help you out. But if you just go for 100 million young guy who had 20 games in the Liga or French Liga, it's not gonna be the solution.
And they've got lucky. Sorry, Shaq. They've got lucky as well. I'm saying without Cole Palmer, this team's got nothing. Cole Palmer still doesn't know how to play 90 minutes because he still drifts in and out of the game. Today, for the first 15 minutes, he was fantastic. He was getting on the ball. He had a lot of shots. Some of them he shouldn't have taken. But then he disappears. He disappears. And then he reappeared with about 15 minutes to go in the second half. And when he reappears, all of a sudden, Chelsea change. So even the best player they have still hasn't figured out how to play in 90 minutes yet because he's so young and inexperienced.
Here's the thing for me, and while we criticise Manchester United wrongly and rightly so, it's almost easier to do that because you know who those players are, what they're good at, what they're not so good at. But I really struggle to figure Chelsea out. Other than putting the price tag into some kind of context, it just feels like a god-awful team. But how do I sit here and say Caicedo's a god-awful player? How do I sit here and say Enzo Fernandez is a god-awful player? But that's just, every time I see Chelsea play, that's where I feel their level is. So to my original point, it's almost easier to criticize Manchester United because you know when Rashford's good, what he's going to do, when Bruno Fernandes is good, what he's going to do, and you could go through the entire team and say that about their individuals. With Chelsea, other than reputations, you can't really put your finger on who does what well for Chelsea.
What does Mudryk do? Where should he play?
Mudryk is scoring for Ukraine junior international window, and you think, all right, bring some of that back, you know. And then again, given this performance, if you just look at Mudryk today and then ask the question, what does he really do well? A neutral observer can't give you an answer.
So it finishes, Brentford, look at that. 31 shots Brentford created. Manchester United conceded more shots than any other team in 2024. But in the end, it means the spoils are shared. Manchester United fans, of course, looking at the possibility of qualifying for the Champions League. That result leaves them now 8 points adrift of Spurs, 9 of Aston Villa, who both won earlier today. All that momentum, all that excitement seems to have dissipated after that win against Liverpool. For more on this, let's welcome in Frank Leboeuf. Was watching that, as were you, Stevie. Wow, they were so bad.
Well, how many times have we seen it, though?
But was it just fairy tale? Was it you just kind of thought after what happened in that game against Liverpool?
No, I think you have to isolate the Liverpool game because, and the truth of the matter is that is one game in which they have put a performance together, and that is not something I remember us saying for the long time. We've been criticising how this team has been finding a way to win games without actually playing well. And today was just another example of how they've managed to get a result without playing well. It's probably a worse performance than they've had for a long time as well. As bad as they've been, and as unconvincing as they've been, this is as bad as they've been in all of this season. And just for a couple of minutes, it almost seemed like the biggest smash and grab of the season.
Yep.
But in the end, you've got to say Brentford got something out of the game, which, had they not got anything, would have been an absolute travesty.
Frank, Brentford will be so disappointed overall that they didn't get the win here, because it could have quite easily been 3 or 4-1.
Oh, definitely, Dan. I was frustrated because, in a neutral point of view, you want to see, a fair result. And when Mason Mount scored the goal, I said, wow, that's so unfair. Football can be so unfair sometimes. But they got it back. And it's maybe because they've been clumsy as well. I mean, you hit 3 times the post, you can be unfortunate, but you can be also clumsy. But overall, the Bees deserve to win, like, big time. We talk about Manchester United having a bad game, but you have to congratulate the Brentford team and what they should have achieved, meaning a win. They've been everywhere. They work so hard defensively in the middle of the park, at front. Of course, Tony, Bomer, and Wissa, they work so hard, try to get some chances. Onana was very good as well. Maybe the only one player who did his job, but that was amazing. What a game from the Bees. Yeah, Manchester United were bad. Is it because of them? Yeah, we see that a lot. Is it because the Bees have been good? I think a little bit of that.
It's 1 step forward, 2 steps back, isn't it?
Yeah.
Because you look at it and you think, well, what was the plan of action going into this tie from Ten Hag?
I certainly can't answer that question, and you kind of keep going back to it. As much as Steve was saying, the Liverpool game was just a one-off. You keep going back to that and the long break and how that affected Manchester United. And listen, given that result, given the fact that you've got the likes of Lisandro Martinez coming back to fitness, Mason Mount playing a role yet again, the continued emergence of Kobe Mainoo, things just seem to be trending in the right direction. And on the back of that game, I expected so much more from Manchester United. Now, let's keep in mind, Brentford on their day are a very good team, especially at home. Brentford are sitting 5 points off the bottom 3. Brentford, and they're there for a reason. One of those reasons being, while the front 3 of Wissam, Mbeumo and Tony were good today, they haven't been for a lot of the season. And now all of a sudden, all these things, a team sitting 17th or 15th or whatever it is, 5 points out of the drop zone, are creating 31 chances against Manchester United. That speaks volumes. And it just kind of gets you back to what's next for Manchester United. When you start to try to wonder and give them all this speculation about managers and players and financial fair play, you just wonder what gives.
You take a look at that starting 11 again, Stevie. Manchester United, some United fans throw in, well, what about all the injuries we've had? Look at this.
Look, I really don't think, if you're a Manchester United fan, you're really clutching at straws to turn around and say that because of the injuries they have, it's why they're struggling.
But this is pretty much, he's close to first choice.
Yeah, but if you're a Man United fan, you would say, well, Martinez had to come on and he's not fit. And Mason Mount, he's not fit. And Casemiro's been... If you want to skirt around things, you can come up with excuses and reasons for bad performances. But the bottom line is, and it's the same for every single so-called big club that ever plays a game, the first thing you have to do is match the intensity and the physicality of the opposition. And once you do that, then the quality that you have, and you look at the names on the jerseys that you showed us, then the quality takes over. But if you don't do that initial first thing, and face the battle and overcome it, then you're never going to be able to show your quality. And today's game is a perfect example of how, from the first minute pretty much through the last, physically United weren't up for the challenge. That's going to be a problem unless the wholesale changes in the squad, because this squad of players has shown that if anybody throws that at them, they can't handle it, and that isn't going to change. It's okay playing Liverpool and it's okay when you play City, And you don't really need to get yourself up for it because the occasion takes care of itself. When you play the Wolves and the Brentfords and the Forests and all these teams, the first thing you always have to do is win the physical battle. And if you don't, you're not going to get anything from the game.
Of course, a lot of talk about who's going to be in charge at the start of the season. Given that this team keeps continuously, it's not an anomaly today, giving up all these opportunities, what does that tell you about Ten Hag and his inability to deal with that?
Well, it tells you that he doesn't know how to fix it, is basically the problem. We can argue that what he has at his disposal isn't good enough, and we can argue that he's not fixing it. So whichever route you want to go, nothing's going to change. And Manchester United have to make a change. And unfortunately, as always, the coach is usually the easiest change. And if he's not out the door at the end of the season, I'll be absolutely shocked.
It's incredible, Frank. It just keeps happening. They just keep giving up all these chances every single game.
Yeah, but that's what it is with those, I would say, those players also. I mean, we aim somebody like Ten Hag, or we're going to talk about Mauricio Pochettino after, but I want to talk about the players. I mean, the player that I played against when I was playing against Manchester United, in the middle of the park, for example, Roy Keane, Paul Scholes, Nicky Butt, they were warriors. I didn't see any warrior tonight at Manchester United. What made United being so strong is because they had warriors. Yeah, it's nice to have artists. It's nice to have Cantona, Beckham, and some others. But at first, you need warriors, and I don't see that. I don't see that at the back, or they make silly mistakes. I don't see that in the middle of the park. So you can blame the coach. Yeah, you can blame also the medical staff, the physical staff. You know, whatever you want to blame. But the players are on the field, and I don't see that anymore. Again, we're going to talk about Chelsea, but many clubs who are successful is the club who have in it some warriors. I don't see that at Manchester United. I don't see that at Chelsea as well.
Spurs against Luton and Chelsea against Burnley. Let's start at the lane, Stevie. And after 3 minutes, Luton led. Spurs had so many chances. It looked like it wasn't going to be their day. But once again, the late show and Son Heung-min getting all 3 points with a deflected effort late on. I don't want to ask you, did they deserve it? They had so many chances. But what type of game was this, and how did Spurs play?
Oh, well, no surprise. I mean, Spurs try and go forward at pace and with numbers. But it was a day when, yes, they did what they normally do as far as that was concerned, but that sharpness and just that final pass to make chances that you were talking about, clear-cut chances, wasn't really there. Goalie made a couple of saves, but in the end, really, they just wore Luton down. The fact that Luton scored so early, Chong with a great strike, meant that they had something to hold on to. I mean, it really was mostly about Spurs. Couldn't break them down in the first half. But for me, the real difference was Brennan Johnson coming on for Kulusevski at half-time. And all of a sudden, going down his side, they kept putting balls across that they couldn't quite finish. And actually, the winning goal that Son scored was a lovely little layoff from Brennan Johnston back into his path. A little deflection, but it was a goal that they probably deserved. And yeah, they deserved to win the game. But for long periods, it looked as though they were struggling to try and break Luton down.
What is it about teams with that mentality? I'm sure you had it at Liverpool. Things might not have been going for you, but you had chance upon chance, just didn't score. But you still have this mentality to keep going and keep going. And Ange Postecoglou had that at Celtic when he was manager there, and he's instilled that at Spurs as well. That kind of, we're never beaten, or we're never going to settle for a point until that final whistle goes, because we always think we can get a late goal.
Well, it's about putting your opponent under pressure. You know, some days you're at your best and you win comfortably. Some days you're not at your best, but you're still putting your opponent under pressure, both physically and mentally. And when you're not at your best, you're hoping that either the physical side of the opposition breaks down or the mental side breaks down. And really, that's that's what it was today. They just physically and mentally put Luton under so much pressure that eventually they couldn't quite get a challenge in at the right time, couldn't quite do the right thing at the right time. And as I said, it broke to Youngman's Song. They couldn't get a body close enough to block the shot, got something on it, but couldn't stop it going in the net. So, you know, teams like Tottenham who get after you constantly, they just wear you down. And as I said, this is not about Spurs being at their best, certainly not being at the sharpest in the final third. But they put Luton under so much pressure for 90 minutes that eventually they got the reward.
When you were watching this and you saw chance upon chance being missed or hitting the post, rolling along the line, ball looked like it was over, but there was probably a millimetre that said it wasn't over the line. Did you ever get the feeling this was going to be Luton's day and they were going to take something from this game?
Well, I think you automatically think, wow, this doesn't look as though it's their day. But at the same time, having seen Spurs all season, they just keep going at you. They never let up, and you got to congratulate Postecoglou for that. You know, pretty much the same set of players as Conti and Mourinho had, and look at the complete and utter change and thought process, the way they play, the culture, the whole thing. So, yeah, this was a victory for culture, I would say. They kept going, they kept believing, and in the end, they probably got what they deserved. That's probably the truth.
As a former fullback that loved to get forward, would you love to have played in this Spurs side under Ange Postecoglou?
Oh, absolutely. Listen, there's nothing better than getting in the opposition half and getting a run at your opposition and maybe getting a chance. The truth is, though, unfortunately for Ange, not all of his fullbacks that get forward can defend. You know, the goal they lost right at the very start, Udogie, who is great going forward, made a horrible challenge on Townsend wide, committed himself, Townsend goes past him and then puts it across, which leads to the goal. So, yeah, it's fantastic to get forward, but you've got to do your first job as a fullback is to defend. After that stuff's all bonus. So, yeah, it'd be great to play for Ange, but I'd like to think I would defend better than certainly Udogie did on that first goal.
What about Luton? Are they going to stay up?
Well, if teams around them keep getting points deducted, then yeah. Listen, they give everything. They've got a great desire. Barkley's having a great season himself. They do put you under pressure. They're dangerous at set pieces. So I wouldn't have a problem if they stayed up. I'm surprised that they're still in contention to stay up. When you look at the wage bill, you look at the team on paper, but I tell you what, a unit all the way through, the squad, the starting 11, they all play together, they all fight for each other, and they've just got loads and loads of desire.
Couldn't get the job done though, and couldn't hold on for either 3 points or 1 point, so it keeps them mired in that relegation tussle. For Spurs, it took them up to 4th ahead of Aston Villa kicking off against Wolves. To the bridge, Chelsea 2, Burnley 2, 10-man Burnley 2. A lot of injuries defensively for Chelsea, but that's no excuse against a Burnley side who were playing for a lot of that game with 10 men. What did you make of the Chelsea performance, and what did you make of Burnley's ability to kind of never say die and always think they can get something from this game despite being a man short?
Do you know, I think I'll start with Burnley because, okay. I mean, this is a team that, for all intents and purposes, is down. And I can't imagine what it's like week after week with that in the back of your head that really, no matter what you do, you're down. So for them to go down to 10 men on a penalty that you could argue all day wasn't, a red card, a second yellow, you could argue all day wasn't, but nonetheless it was given. And to go 1-0 down at the bridge and be down to 10 men, and as I said, in the back of your head, you know you're going down, to come back and to fight and show the commitment to the cause that Burnley did in the second half in particular. I mean, it just shows you that they may not be the best team, they may not have the best players, but they've got a great culture about them. They've got a great desire as a team and as individuals to keep going regardless. And so you got to give them huge praise. The fact that they scored 2 goals with 10 men is incredible. But the truth is, they could have scored more. Although Petrovic made a mess of O'Shea's header that went in the back of the net, he had a couple of good saves. One in the first half early on, and then in the second half, Foster with a header that he somehow clung it out from the top corner. And then, of course, Jay Rodriguez at 2-2 with a minute to go, hit the crossbar from a header from a corner. So, yeah, I mean, you got to give Burnley huge credit. However, let's move on. What an absolute shambles Chelsea is, really. I mean, I guess the easiest way to sum Chelsea up is if you take Cole Palmer out of this team, I don't know what you're left with.
That was the next question, Stevie. Where are Chelsea? They're 11th right now. Where are they without Cole Palmer and his goals? 2 more today.
Bang average. They're absolutely bang average is what they are. I mean, and Cole Palmer as well, you know, as great as he is, he needs to be involved in the game for 90 minutes. You know, for the first 15 minutes of this game, he was everywhere getting the ball, trying to create, trying to get shots off. I mean, his Panenka penalty was absolutely fantastic. And then in the last 15 minutes of the game, he was superb. But in between, he just doesn't get the ball enough. Now, whether that's down to him or whether that's down to Chelsea is difficult to figure out. But, wow, without this guy, I mean, they just can't do anything right, Chelsea. And the crowd as well. You talk about ebbs and flows, you know, they go ahead 1-0 and the crowd seems settled. And then all of a sudden, Burnley equalise. Oh my goodness, there's silence, there's mumbling. Then they go ahead and everybody seems relaxed again. And then it's 2-2 and then it starts again. And then they bring Sterling on and he's got the most incredible chance, probably 7-8 yards out, a free header, goalie to beat. He puts it about 20 yards wide. You know, he could have been the hero, becomes the villain again. I mean, every time you go to Stamford Bridge, you don't know what you're going to see. Mm-hmm. It's just incredible. But the truth is, without Cole Palmer, this team is bang average.
How fragile are Chelsea?
I think today showed it. I mean, again, if you look at it in the cold light of day, you're playing against a side that's going down, no question. I don't think anybody, certainly any I've spoken to or heard talking about them, gives them any hope of staying up whatsoever. And then you get the advantage of a penalty kick and being a man up, and you can't go on and win the game. I mean, you really could spend a lot of time going through. You know, Petrovic made a howler today in goal. The back four, to be playing against 10 men, losing 2, should have been more. I mean, problems. A lot of changes because of injuries, but problems. In the middle of the park, uninspiring. I mean, Caicedo and Fernandes, 200 million between the two of them. Just looked like ordinary football players. Cole Palmer, the shining light, the man that keeps this team going. Jackson up front, not a centre forward. No. Had 2 chances today. Should have scored with both of them. You can praise the goalkeeper Muric for saving them, but the truth is, it's a toss-up whether Jackson hit him or he saved it. 2 clear chances. Jackson's not a centre forward. Mudryk on the left. You have absolutely no idea what you're getting from this guy.
I don't think he knows.
No. It's a complete hit or a miss. I mean, as I said, you can spend a lot of time going through this team. And unfortunately for Pochettino, the time you're going to spend is mostly about what they can't do. than what they can do and what they do.
Every team can have a gripe about injuries or suspensions or whatever, but this is the Chelsea injury list. So the question after I've read out these names, if they were all available, are they making Chelsea a huge bit better? Or they will make them better, of course, but how much will they make them better? They're without right now Chalobah, Robert Sanchez, Ugachukwu, Chilwell, Chukwuemeka, Colwell, Reece James, Nkunku, Lavia, and Fofana. So is that a European chasing team when they've got the majority fit?
I mean, the two names there, the only two names you go, oh, straight away you go, they would make a difference, is James and probably Chilwell. And Chilwell's questionable because he has been back and he's been okay, but no question they missed Reece James. But after that, really, there's nothing that stands out there.
What about Nkunku? Nkunku's hardly been fit at all because he got injured pre-season, and he's come back, but he's never hit the form that he did in the Bundesliga.
Well, as I said, there's no, you're not sitting on the edge of your chair going, oh yeah, he's definitely going to make a difference. Because as little as we've seen of him, we have seen him, and he hasn't made any difference when he's been on the field. Now, maybe a little harsh, he's missed a lot of time. But the truth is, do you think all those players you listed and all those players they have on the field today, do you think teams are queuing up to buy any of these players? They're not.
Can't afford them.
Well, they can't afford them. So Chelsea are in the mire, no question. Because where do they go from here? They're under pressure from financial fair play, so they can't go and spend money, that's for sure. And if they can't get rid of any of all these players we've been talking about, plus the ones that we're playing, they're stuck with what they've got. And I've just told you that other than Cole Palmer, they're bang average. So where do they go? There's no way out. There's no trap door. There's nothing. Can't spend money. Can't bring money in. Can't sell players. So how do you change what you've got? And of course, what will happen is there's one man who'll get the blame, Pochettino. But really, is it really his fault? Yes, he has to take some responsibility. But you can't land this on him. And I'll say it again. I've said it a lot all season. The three guys that they brought in to spend all their money and pick all the players, that's where the finger should be pointed mostly, in my opinion.
Thanks for joining us here on the Stadium Master YouTube page. Shola and Marlon alongside me for this one. We just witnessed a dramatic victory for Newcastle United for their final push to the end of the Premier League season after what has been a very difficult season, to put it that way, both on and off the pitch as well. We spoke about Dan Ashworth earlier, but Sandro Tonali just fresh off the news that there might just be an even further extension to his suspension from playing football because of alleged breaches on gambling and betting. It's a difficult time for Sandro Tonali personally. Do you think it'll be harsh if he does get another extension to the ban? Look, legality-wise, I understand the previous one was based on whatever happened in a different jurisdiction and not in England. But it does seem a bit harsh. He's going to have 1 year away from football.
Yeah, I mean, therein lies the problem. Unfortunately, seeing Sandro and all the things that he's had to deal with, the illness that he does have, and seeing the sanctions that have been placed on him, getting this fresh news now of potentially more sanctions is devastating. I know how hard he's working to, maintain his fitness. And I know this club are right behind him, supporting him. Whatever he needs, to help him through this whole process. So, listen, it's devastating news. You look at the injuries that we've been accumulating this season.
I mean, that midfield is absolutely decimated at this point.
Yeah, that's a player that could have made a huge difference for us this season.
Yeah, 100%.
And to potentially lose him for further months or a year, it's going to be tough to take. But certainly, for us, from the club's point of view, we think he's he's serving the punishment that he needs to serve, and we'll just have to wait and see what happens.
I mean, how big of a loss? How much would they really need him, Newcastle United, tonight?
Oh, yeah, well,
I mean, their season
Shola
could have
just-
gone completely different if he was available.
Yeah, but obviously Shola's just echoing what he said about injuries and stuff. They could do with him, but obviously the circumstances that he's in at the moment, he's got an illness, and the clubs deal with it with the best way they can, and they've said they're gonna back him, which he needs, and he needs help, which he's gonna get, and then you have to regroup after that, and when he serves it up, and then he's going to have to prove what a player he is after that, and hopefully he comes through it. Well, we all want players like that to come through in the club to help them, because everyone's individual in their own ways and how they deal with things, and he's got an illness, so at the end of the day, I know the club's going to be behind him. Obviously, we were talking about the football-wise, but that we need him, so we need him back as soon as possible and try and get fit as possible.
You want the Premier League wants to see the best players play, and he's certainly a top player. You know, captain of AC Milan, and you know he was on Newcastle's marquee signing this season. To see him not playing, don't get me wrong. Listen, you have to, you can't break the rules, and you have to serve the sentence for that and the time for that. But it just feels a little bit like piling on if they do continue, because like you say, you want to see your best players playing, and he's certainly a top player.
Is there perhaps lack, because this came on pretty much like a rock that's fallen onto Newcastle United? Were there any indications that this was a problem at the start? Again, I'm questioning a bit of due diligence. I apologise, but was there a lack of due diligence from Newcastle's side to not see this coming?
You don't. It's obviously
it's very hard when a player doesn't.
I have a company that does this. I've just set up a company to help pros, young pros, life after football. You don't really, because it's difficult for players when you're at home and you're chilling and you want to. Your mind just works overtime. Some people deal with it well, some people don't, and obviously that's the circumstances of how he is as a person and what he wanted to do. Obviously, he's facing the consequences of that with the profession that he's in, and obviously he knows he's done wrong. It's just overcoming that and obviously getting the help and doing. And what he does after now. It's just all about what he does after.
Yeah, talking about due diligence, I think it's really hard when a player has something like that no one knows about. He's hidden it. Whether AC Milan knew or not, that's up in the air. I know that's something that Newcastle United are questioning, but the fact that the player didn't tell anyone. It's very hard to get anything out of a player if he's not willing to disclose it and if he's not willing to own up to it. And I think that I know the way that we recruit now, the manner in which we scrutinise every incoming player will be different now because of what's happened. You've spent a lot of money on a player that hasn't played the season, and unfortunately that's something that Newcastle will have to stomach and move on from and hopefully learn from as well.
I'm really curious because again it is an illness, and you talk about helping young players who are maybe struggling just a little bit in that sense. The ban seems, to some anyway, seems a little bit harsh in the sense whereby you're at the end of the day taking away something these footballers love, which puts them mentally in an even worse off position. They can't play football.
100%.
Should the focus, look, we're not trying to change the laws, but if you could, should the focus be more on rehabilitation rather than banning them from playing football? Again, it's a hard one to navigate, right? Because we're not rewriting the laws.
I totally agree with you, but the rehab has got to be within the ban. There's got to be some circumstances of what you've been doing. You have to bow by the rules, and the rules are there. People know the rules, but at the same time, if you've got an illness that you can't help, I don't know how to word it because obviously I don't want to get told off. If you're in a situation where that's you and you've got an illness, and obviously that's when the ban comes and the rehab to try and get you out of that to prepare you for your sport.
Yeah, the laws are there as a deterrent. Listen, we don't want the game coming under disrepute, and and unfortunately it's been an issue in the game of football, and you have to have laws against this, and unfortunately, like you say, they are deterrent, and when people break the laws, those laws have to be enforced, or else everyone will be doing it, and we don't want that. And
Can I ask very quickly, you work within the club, how much does the club actually educate the players on these things internally, talk about the dangers of these sort of addictions, whether it be gambling or alcohol or whatever it may be? How much do clubs play a role in, educating them?
The players know. We know what we can and can't do, and sometimes the clubs do have people in. There is people out there that comes into clubs and explains the rules and regulations, but at the end of the day, individual players have different ways of dealing with things, how they go about stuff, and what they want to do. And obviously, we're talking about addiction and the problems. So it's all about individuality. But there is things out there to help lads and advise them. And sometimes it's just out of the club's hands when you make a choice of what you want to do.
Clubs are doing more, and when you have players that you can't play, there's a duty of care there. And I think in terms of well-being and support, certainly for younger players coming in, that's something that's happening all the time. Safeguarding welfare officers, player liaison officers, people who come around players now and really help them educate and support them in all things. We don't want our players, not being able to play football, and I think clubs are doing more and more now.
I think it's more now than it was
when we were playing.
A lot more.
Well, it's really interesting to learn, gents. Thank you so much. That was really educational, actually. For more exclusive content, make sure you follow us here on Stadium Astro YouTube, and make sure you follow us on social media, on Instagram and on Facebook as well, Stadium Astro.
Yeah, everyone's okay. Nat is obviously not eligible so that's the obvious one. But everybody who's been playing is available to play. I just chose not to play them this evening and give them a limited opportunity, to get some rest. And I know it's a Champions League game, but like I said, I trust the squad to be able to deliver. So yeah, no, we should have, we should be fresher as a result of that going into Sunday. Yeah, of course she is. I mean, look at her. She's a handful. She's difficult. She's hard to manage, so... But I always start with strategy. Like, strategy first, then selection. So it's getting the strategy right, knowing that we're going to play against, tit for tat, a team we know very well. They know they didn't perform well in their last game. So I expect them to be better, whether Arsenal will, go into a 3-box-3 in their possession and pose a different challenge with a low fullback. They might do that. They're very clear in their playing style. And with us being a little deeper in the last game, of course they'll try to pose different questions, but equally I have to pose different challenges to them. So I quite like that part of it, I guess. It doesn't get boring when you play someone 2 weeks later and you've got to find different ways to compete against them. So yeah, looking forward to it. Have you watched our performances in the last 2 Conti Cup finals? Because I have, and they have, again and again. Let me be clear on this. The team know exactly how I feel about the final on Sunday in terms of showing up and showing ourselves. I don't care if it's important to them. It absolutely is important to me.
Sophie, next please.
Yeah. Yeah, probably, because it doesn't feel like 2 weeks ago. Sometimes, Erin said it yesterday, sometimes you don't know what competition you're in when you're in our dressing room, let alone what day it is. I think, listen, it's you have to show up on the day. Let's be clear, they're two top level teams. Both are capable of winning the game. Both have their own qualities. You've still got to show up though and present yourself in the way that gives yourself the best chance, and it's a final, and as always in these games, the team that shows up strong, particularly the first part, like you think about the Emirates game, it was over at half time. You think about it here, it was over at half time. Now you better show up from the off. If you don't, it can make it a little bit difficult.
We'll take one from Glenn and then one from
It'd be your last chance to put your wits with Jonas for a while. You've had a good contest. How would you characterise describe your relationship with him now?
I think our relationship has been the same the whole time. I think, you know, I don't see him outside of the games we have, but we always have a good communication, you know, off camera or in the background. We're always talking about different things. Yeah, I think when you play the top teams, they're always good battles. I think I've enjoyed my time playing against Arsenal in general, not less so Jonas. I've, you know, been other managers there, and I like the rivalry. I think it's fun for the women's game. I think it's been a fun rivalry between us, but that's probably on camera, off camera. I think, you know, we respect each other, and I'm sure we will have good communication, because at some point he's going to have one of my players, so, you know, there'll be a happy ending with it.
Emma, see us out, thank you.
Yeah, Emma, Sheridan Spitzer was just in, saying that she had a smile on her face watching Erin Cuthbert play today, and she's always been, you know, a player for the big occasion for you, and another final on the weekend for her. Yeah, how much do you sort of rely on her and kind of know that she'll go out there and she'll perform at the highest level, and that's the occasion?
First of all, I had a smile on my face watching Sherida Spitzer play football. What an absolute fantastic football player. You know, the way she leads that young team, I thought she was excellent tonight. I really enjoyed watching her. I told her that at the end. Yeah, I mean, Erin's so infectious, but she's definitely in the form of her career at Chelsea. I think she drives the midfield, and she's been so consistent with that, but she's getting more and more confident in all the areas of midfield play where, you know, we've worked on with her. But yeah, she's fearless. I mean, Erin Cuthbert is one of the best players, you know, in the world. She really is. She's a top midfielder, and she deserves that credit, so I'm not surprised, you know, Sherida said that about her, to be honest.
Talk about a piece that you're across in the Mirror as well. Klopp, I love the way De Zerbi teams play. Cop boss, full of praise for boss who could replace him. He's got a wonderful record against Klopp, hasn't he? 1-2, drawn 2 since going to Brighton. Do you think that could swing Liverpool? Where do we stand on De Zerbi to Liverpool?
I think it's an interesting one. I do think the paper's a little bit split, aren't they, between De Zerbi, looking at sort of Saturday morning's headlines, and Ruben Amorim from Sporting. So, look, I actually think that De Zerbi has had a brilliant spell at Brighton, and it's interesting, it's fascinating to hear. And if you read Klopp's comments, he was saying just how much he enjoys kind of the Brighton style, the way that the players hold the ball, they release it, they're very attacking, they're very tactical, and they're full of praise. It's a common theme. The one that would slightly raise alarm bells is that he does seem very combustible, very excitable. He's just had the season of his life. Brighton are enjoying their best ever time, and yet after the European exit, he's calling out the owner, Tony Bloom, who I think if you speak to most Brighton fans will say the guy's a miracle worker and one of the most formative guys in the history of the club. And I don't know, it just seemed to me that those sort of things would worry me a little bit. Yes, you want passion, and yes, you want sort of kind of tactics, but I do think that Amorim, easy for me to say, basically is just, I I mean, he's the most sought-after guy, I think, right now in Europe. There's a fascinating piece in the Times by Paul Joyce on him and why perhaps he might be a leading candidate right now and why they might be moving on from him. His tactical style, his setup. I mean, he certainly has a bit of Mourinho about him because he is also excitable on the touchline. But I just think that he maybe just. I think because when you put De Zerbi's season into context, the season that he's having with Brighton, that would just worry me a little bit. Whereas this guy can do absolutely no wrong. He's on course for another Portuguese title. You know, he ended a long wait for Sporting to win the title, 19 years, I think it was. And now, you know, he's doing fantastic things. I love the way they play. It's incredibly exciting. It's very, you know, sort of, again, very tactical, very fascinating. And I do think that maybe, just maybe, he might be the preferred choice. But De Zerbi certainly won't have any sort of kind of want of interest in winning parties either.
I'm going to go with saying Ruben Amorim, but we'll get our pronunciation down for him, won't we, in future months over the course of the summer, I'm sure. Mark, quick touch on that. We saw the piece in the Times there by Paul Joyce. Also, Chris Bascom and Jason Burt, the Telegraph, Liverpool could land Amorim for what they say €12.8 million. What's your take on the likelihood of him going there? Is it more of a gamble than De Zerbi or not without that Premier League experience?
They've both got positives and negatives. I mean, I'm hearing that De Zerbi's got a lot of support at Anfield, but obviously Amorim as well. And I think, you know, Amorim's got the Champions League experience. He's on course to win another title. He's managing a very big club in Sporting Lisbon. So that puts him ahead of De Zerbi, I guess, in terms of the scale of club he's managed. But De Zerbi's got Premier League experience as well. So it's a tough balancing act. But I do think that ultimately both of these two coaches are better suited to Liverpool right now than Xabi Alonso was. So it might be a good thing that Alonso's decided to stay. And Liverpool might not think so today, but I think the long term it is the best thing for them.
It was 50-50 yesterday on Walker. It has been confirmed that he's out. John Stones as well. There's a few people out of this one. How does it impact things, Stevie, for City?
No, it's huge. I think it's all about what City do defensively to what the outcome of this game will be. And the fact that Stones is out and Walker is out is absolutely huge. And I'm 100% with Robbo. They have shown this year, and even at times with Walker playing, that against genuine pace, they struggle. So if you're Arsenal, this is huge. I mean, not only are City going to be without a couple of key players, this is an Arsenal side that this time last year had no Saliba, and obviously, Middle of the Park, remind me, centre midfield. Come on, plays for Arsenal. Declan Rice. So this time last year, no Declan Rice and no Saliba.
Right.
And you got Arsenal.
He wasn't part of the club last year.
That's why I got so confused. But I see your point.
But that's what I'm saying.
Right.
That's why this Arsenal side going into this game should be looking forward to it. Not only because of what City don't have, but because of what they have. So yeah, I think this is real tight. I think it's real hard to actually call this.
Is it strike while the iron's hot for Arsenal then?
Hold on, what did you just say?
Strike while the iron's hot.
Right while it's hot.
Okay. Wow. My English is slipping. That is not what I understood out of that. Yes, if you're Arsenal, I think this is key. If you're Arsenal, don't go into this game with fear of failure or trying to protect. No. This is a time in which you can actually get after Manchester City. And if you had any reservations about that, if you had some qualms about that or some doubt about that, just watch the second half of the game that Liverpool played against Manchester City a couple of weeks ago. Just watch that. And how Liverpool made it so incredibly uncomfortable for Manchester City. And Manchester City, who we think are the best team in the world, were having difficulties with that pressure. And the possession was not nearly as clean. And now they're not winning 50-50 challenges. And now they're not building out of the back. They're losing the ball in bad areas. You can do that if you're Arsenal, but you have to have the mindset of actually getting after Manchester City. Now, it's easier said than done, because when they play through you, now they can expose some of the things in the back line because of the qualities that Manchester City can have in the attack. But don't go out there protecting yourself if you're Arsenal, to be honest with you. If indeed you're going to beat Manchester City, and if indeed you're going to win this title, go and get it. Don't just back your way into it. Go and get it. I think you can be aggressive enough against Manchester City. I know what you're going to tell me. Stevie, that, why would you take that risk against Manchester City? Well, this is why I would take that risk if I'm Arsenal. I want to lose. If I'm going to lose, I want to lose playing my game, not accommodating myself to whatever Manchester City does. I want to dictate if I can and when I can. Not all the time, but I want to dictate when I can. And when I can, I want to take chances to pressure higher. And when I can, I want to be able to force turnovers in bad areas. And when I can, I want to commit numbers forward. I have to be a threat in the attack if I'm Arsenal, if indeed I'm going to have a chance of winning this game.
There's one reason why I disagree with you.
Okay. That's why we're here, Steve.
The game's in Manchester.
Well, I know.
If this game was at Arsenal, I would be thinking along the same lines. And I don't think it's a case of you sit on top of your box and defend. No. You figure out, without being too high and too deep, where your line of confrontation is, and then you go from there. And a lot of it has to do with the fact that against pace, City can't handle it. And so that's the way I would go about it. That's the way I think Arsenal will go about it. I don't see them going. Particularly the fact that Arteta knows exactly what happens to any team generally. There's always the exception, but any team that generally goes to Manchester who tries to play toe-to-toe gets wiped off the map. So, if it's at Arsenal, I'm going to go the alley route. It's not at Arsenal. It's in Manchester.
What I would say is, and my concern is more about the mindset of Arsenal, that they don't just forfeit the ball and forfeit the possession. That you believe in yourself to be good enough to carry the possession sometimes and to carry the game forward sometimes and to push Manchester City because you're good enough to do that. That's all I want. I want a mindset of Arsenal that is not just protecting, that is just sitting back. No, you have the players to play in the face of Manchester City. Go ahead and do that because it's part of your personality as a group anyways.
Yeah, obviously we've been talking about the players that are missing for Manchester City, but Arsenal could have some players missing themselves when it comes into this game. We're still waiting to hear if Saka, if Martinelli, if they'll be fit, if Gabriel will. Let's talk about that if we can then, Kieran. How big an impact is that going to be if these players aren't fit enough to start?
I mean, it will be huge, of course. Obviously, these are like the most influential players, especially Bukayo and Gabriel, especially if Kyle Walker doesn't play. You definitely want Martinelli on there because he's the real threat in behind for Arsenal and without the pace of Walker. So it's nice to see for a change that hopefully Arsenal come in with a fully fit squad. And then, of course, it's going to just go down to team selection, and what Mikel decides to pick. But I think that this is the healthiest looking Arsenal team going into a game of this magnitude for a long time.
Stuart is going with an Arsenal win for this one. When we take a look at the predictions, let's talk a little bit more about this, Mr. Robson. Why have you got Arsenal winning it?
I think it'd be interesting to see how Arteta starts. Does he play Rice and Odegaard in front of Jorginho, or play him next to Rice next to Jorginho? That would tell us how he wants to go and close the ball down and press the ball. But I just think Arsenal at the moment are playing with confidence. The fact that Walker's not playing and Stones isn't playing, so they haven't got. In recent weeks, Manchester City have had one of their centre halves, usually Stones, coming into midfield to create that extra body in there. They haven't really got a player to do that in the players that they've got available, unless Lewis plays at right back and does it, but he doesn't do it anywhere near as well as Stones does or Walker does at times. So I just think that Arsenal at the moment are playing with confidence. They can have I think a fully fit squad. I think Saka will play and he's going to be an absolute threat. Just got that feeling this is Arsenal's season.
Let's take a look at Ali, who's the only one on that list there that said Manchester City would win. And obviously we just saw their stats against Arsenal at the Etihad, but when it comes to top 5 teams this season, they've not been at their best.
Well, the other way to look at that, Kay, is they're due. they are due for their best performance of the season, and I think that's what it's going to take to beat Arsenal. I would take the words of Stevie Nicol, who said, at the Etihad, at Manchester City, it's being played at home. I have to imagine that if there was ever a time for Manchester City to showcase who they are, who we think they are, the best team in Europe, the favorites to win Champions League, this is the moment. If it's not against Arsenal at home, then I don't know when it is. They're due for that best performance that we keep waiting. I think this is the time Manchester City win it at home.
Kieran, is it a title decider?
I think if Arsenal don't win, then they don't win the league. So yeah, in that respect, I think it is a title decider.
So if they lose, you're going to send me my money?
Well, okay. This just got real.
Hey?
How much was it, Stevie?
You just conceded. $1,555.
Wow.
I mean 50. Okay, I'll expect a check then.
Is it a title decider?
He can Venmo, you know.
If Arsenal lose, yes, I think so.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I agree with Kieran.
Yep.
What about you, Mr. Robson? Title decider?
I think it could be the title decider, yes. If Arsenal win, I think they will go and win the title. If Arsenal lose, I think it gives Manchester City far more confidence. I think they will then have a good end to the season. But you've got to remember Liverpool as well. They're in the race. They're not out of it so far. They're still a very good side. So it's not quite a title decider, but if Arsenal lose, I think they probably won't have a chance.
Well, obviously, when it comes to Xabi Alonso and his future, there had been a lot of speculation that he would be joining one of his former clubs of Bayern or Liverpool next season. Both teams reported to be hoping to recruit him. They'll have to take their respective searches elsewhere now. But for more reaction to this news, let's get word from Archie in Tut and Anna Friedrich in Germany.
Anna, let's talk about Xabi Alonso. It's Good Friday, but it's a great Friday for Bayer Leverkusen fans because he has decided to stay at the club for another season. Did this surprise you?
I think it's not just good news for Bayer Leverkusen, but the Bundesliga in general. So I was really happy as I heard of that. And to me, it's also for all the football romantics out there, it's just great. I mean, he decided to stay. He knows what he has with Leverkusen. And I'm really excited to see what's going to happen next year. I mean, Bayer Leverkusen had a great team, and Bayern Munich probably is not upset, but they're a little disappointed, I guess.
Will Bayern regret the decision to say, Thomas Tuchel, at the end of this season, we're not continuing anymore, given the candidates that are out there right now?
I doubt that, because actually from the day they announced that, first it was a little bumpy, but after that they played way different football, and I think it was the right decision to make. You see the players, they're showing a different face. And obviously now it's a very big challenge to find a proper and good coach for next season. But I think they're pretty creative and they will find a good coach.
So who's top of your list to take over at Bayern? If it's not Xabi Alonso any longer, then who's it going to be?
As of now, I would say it's Rangnick, obviously.
Ralf Rangnick, the Austria
Rangnick,
coach.
of course. You've read a lot about him recently in the paper, and there's a couple of reasons for that. First, he's in a really good relationship with Freund, the sporting director, and also the youth academy, the leader of the youth academy, Jochen Sauer, and also Eidevall wanted to sign him 3 years ago in Gladbach, so that's a good sign. And I've also heard that his biggest wish is to become a Bayern Munich coach. So therefore, I think he's an experienced coach. And the other option, I would say, at least in my opinion, maybe Nagelsmann. Why not Nagelsmann again? So depending on the outcome of the European Championship this summer, you see his potential, what he does with teams, and I think they even regret him letting go in Munich.
We know that Roberto De Zerbi is another name that's also been linked, but we can categorically now rule out that it will not be Xabi Alonso here in Munich next season.
Thanks, guys. No, it won't. But we do have Stuart Robson with us ahead of the Klassiker tomorrow. It's obviously Borussia Dortmund against Bayern coming up tomorrow. Stuart Robson is going to be on the call for that. But we want to stick with this Xabi Alonso news first, Robbo. What was your reaction to him staying?
I was pleased, and I think I was on the show a few weeks ago when I think Stevie gave me a bit of stick when I said he should stay at Bayer Leverkusen, because even though he's done a great job for a year and a half, he's still a very inexperienced manager. So I think he needs another year, he needs another good season at Bayer Leverkusen, build up his confidence even more, and I think he's made the right decision. He could easily have gone to Liverpool, he could easily have gone to Bayern Munich and failed very quickly, and his stock would have gone down. I think he's done the right thing. I think it's good for the Bundesliga, it's good for Bayer Leverkusen, and I think it's good for Xabi Alonso as well.
I wonder why Stevie had that little
Wasn't
set
somebody
to with
else?
Stuart Robson. I bet it wasn't somebody else. Before we get your thoughts on it, what did you make of it, Ali?
of all the things that Xabi Alonso said in his press conference, I think what was most important towards the end of his statement was that this is about feeling.
Free kick now inside Liverpool's half for Brighton. Stupinian and Gross both stood over this. Veltman staying back. Been played short. Estupinian gets the ball back again. This time his cross goes in towards the back post. Headed by Dunk, cleared away, and a free kick has been given to Liverpool. Referee David Coote feels that Lewis Dunk had pushed Liverpool players in the back on his way to win that header. And the free kick from just inside the area goes to the hosts. Played short from Van Dijk to Kwanzaa. His touch is too heavy and he loses out on possession. It's been won back this time in the middle of the park by Danny Welbeck, who's continuing his press forward down the left hand side. Lays this off for Adingra, who goes all the way back to Estupinian, and Brighton will just control possession. Now with Van Heck to Dunk, goes all the way back to his goalkeeper. Nunes continues his press, plays it into the middle of the park for Baleba. Now with Gross. Gross just loses out. Some very sloppy first touches by both Brighton and Liverpool in the early exchanges, as Van Dijk finds on the left hand side Luis Diaz in space. Makes the pass to Gomez this time. Switches it onto the right hand side for Bradley. Out on the left hand side now is Adingra helping out with Estupinian. As Gomez gets the ball around the centre circle and goes short back to Kwanzaa. And then back to Gomez again, inside the centre circle. Inside Brighton's half at the moment. Gomez goes onto the right-hand side again. And that's the Liverpool left-back making his way across onto the right-hand side, so very risky if there is any sort of counter-attack. But Kwanzaa again gets possession of the ball. Plays it to McAllister and back to Kwanzaa, still inside the centre circle in Brighton's half. Liverpool can't seem to find any momentum pushing forward. Kwanzaa dribbles it inside to Brighton players, tries to lay the ball off. He goes down under the challenge of Van Heck. Brighton will have a chance to clear the lines, and down under the challenge goes Veltman, and it's a free kick now to Brighton, just outside their area. Veltman just dribbled the ball past Luis Diaz, who gambled on him, hesitated on the ball, concedes a free kick as a result. Now with Van Heck, across to Lewis Dunk again. Dunk onto the left-hand side for Estupinian, by the touchline, closed down by Bradley. Bradley gets a touch onto the clearance. It falls to McAllister, gives it to Salah, and back to Bradley again. Now to McAllister on the edge of the area. He tries to do ball to Salah. First touch by Salah. Second is a blocked effort. Still on the edge of the area with Mo Salah. Another effort been blocked, this time by Baleba. Onto the left-hand side with Nunes. Still inside the area at the moment for Liverpool. He's waiting for the overlapping run from Diaz. Doesn't happen, and he has to bring the ball back for Diaz instead. Continues his run into the area. Diaz lays this off onto the edge of the area to Soboslai. In goes the challenge again from Gross. Wins possession back. Only momentarily though, as Lamptey gets the ball on the right hand side. Tries to dribble it past Gomez. Gomez gets it back for Liverpool and gives it to Kwanzaa at the halfway line. Now back to McAllister. McAllister chip ball forward.
To the right to Bradley. Bradley, awkward challenge, and he goes over this time. He wins the free kick off Adingra, the 22-year-old. Who's playing in that role, vacated, of course, by Matoma, who's out for the season injured. Bradley at the other end, brilliant run, he's into the box. What a run by Bradley, into Salah! Snapshot over the top, he's getting closer, Mo Salah. You suspect the next one, if he hits the target, he might get a goal from it. Great play by Conor Bradley again.
Yeah, it's them two again linking up down this right-hand side. It really has been our outlook today. And Mo's getting closer and closer. You know with Mo, you know, he's a goal machine. You don't have to give him too many opportunities, but I think the referee here has to start booking Brighton for time wasting already, and we're only 18 minutes into the game.
It's mad, isn't it, the way they go with their scouting and recruitment, Brighton, the way they get these young players in. McAllister's been caught there by a really late challenge, and surely that's going to be if McAllister got a yellow card before then, surely that's going to be a yellow too. Tatstowie.
Yeah, a yellow,
surely.
Or I need to see it back, but it could even be potentially a red by the looks of it. You know, the Liverpool players don't look happy at all. You know, can see.
It was a poor challenge on McAllister, that is for certain.
It looked quite high originally.
Yeah.
So you can see here.
Comes in.
It studs up.
Studs
yeah,
up,
it's definitely a yellow card.
By Gross.
Yeah, it's 100% a yellow card there.
Yellow card, Pascal Gross. The studs up on McAllister. McAllister's still down, and we certainly don't want any more injuries, Tatstowie. We've seen glimpses of the likes of Trent and Jota running again, doing some work as they edge their way back, and we need them back. But we don't want to lose McAllister, who's been absolutely brilliant in these opening 19 minutes so far. He's already had a yellow card he should never have got, by the way.
Absolutely, and we don't have a replacement for McAllister. You know, you look at who's on our bench, but yes, Harvey Elliott, but no one that's a playmaker like McAllister. You know, so he's so key for us, and he started the game probably the brightest out of all the Liverpool players. So I'm hoping he can shake it off, but those ones are a really painful one, Steve, when the studs are on the top of the foot.
He's still not up yet. He's on the ground in agony, as we can see from our little replay monitor. It's on his ankle. He's back on his feet now. As you rightly say, Tats, they could be really painful. 20 minutes gone. That early goal down after 75 seconds to Welbeck. But saying that production line, you know, that was like that run by Adingra from that left-hand side. He's lightning quick, isn't he? And, you know, Matoma, who's caused us problems last season, is out for the season. And then they just bring another lad in.
No, it's, but to be honest, credit to Brighton, what they've done over the last couple of years. They have been a feeder club, but they've still been so successful. 9th at the moment in the Premier League. It's phenomenal.
Now ball over the top. Salah, good touch in the penalty area, but it just went away from him. But he's getting in there, Mo Salah, isn't he? And the more we keep getting him in there, you're certain something is going to happen.
Yeah, he looks really lively, Mo. You know, and that's the thing with Mo. He'll run all day for you. He'll keep making those runs. And again, the two centre-halves wasting time. I think the referee needs to start seriously controlling this game a bit better.
He's not clamped down on it at all. Veltman clears it forward, blocked by Diaz. There's Gomez trying to turn away from Lamptey. Van Dijk steps in superbly. Soboslai, good play down the left. Nunes, good layoff. Diaz on the left, running at them. Blocked by Veltman. The flag has gone up for offside. A late one. Not too sure who was off there, by the way.
Inches, I think, Steve, inches. But they actually did really well to get out of that. Tidy play there by Liverpool. But it's great pressing, and that's what we need to do, Steve. Brighton is such a threat on the counter that we have to be front-footed with our defending and stop any of those counters.
And Veltman again plays it to the edge of the box to Gross. Plays it square to Dunk just inside his penalty area. Pings it towards the right side of Veltman, but an over-ambitious ball goes out of play right by Roberto De Zerbi's dugout. Diaz in a hurry with the throw. Back towards Van Dijk. McAllister, we can report, is looking okay again. I'm pleased to say. That looked a nasty one, that, when that challenge came in. Here's Endo on the halfway line for Liverpool. 22 minutes gone. Still Liverpool a goal down, but a long way to go in this one. Endo. Back to Kwanzaa, feeding it out to the right to Bradley, sending it back towards Jarell Kwanzaa again, sending it back towards Kelleher. Plus with the likes of Ibu Konate on the bench today. Jurgen just managing the minutes because we've got Sheffield United here on Thursday night, then we go to Old Trafford again next Sunday. So with 10 to go, the game's coming thick and fast, and a real test of our resolve. And here's Kwanzaa at the back for Liverpool, carrying it forward. Endo comes short to Kwanzaa again. Endo with a touch again. Liverpool just maybe being a bit patient. There's no one to pass it to that time.
I think that's the thing though, Steve. Look, Klopp said it in his presser this week, is that we have to be patient. And yes, we had 10 cup finals to play, but it doesn't have to be one in the first 20 minutes. You know, we've got 90 plus minutes to play, and yes, some of the fans are a bit frustrated right now, but we have to be patient.
That's a great ball by Salah to the left. Diaz now in the penalty area. He's running at the fullback Veltman. Has that gone for a corner? Indeed it has. It's what we need more of. Diaz getting the ball, get at them on the outside.
Yeah, absolutely. Mo's had a lot of joy down that right, but Diaz hasn't had much of the ball, and we know how strong he is in those 1v1 situations, so we need to start finding those key players more.
So Dominic Soboslai just in front of us on this left side. Right-footed in swinger at the Anfield Road end. Corner for Liverpool. Can we get back on level terms here? Drives it in, headed away by Brighton. There's Gomez, gets it before Adingra. Did well, Gomez there. Salah from the right, left-footed into the box. Nunes with a flick on. Diaz jumps with a flick. And another infringement has been spotted. So frustrating, that.
Yeah, I think if they are offside, Steve, then they need to do better. They're the Liverpool players. You know, you've got plenty of time to get up. You can see cross the line. So that's poor if that is the case, because that was a good opportunity to make something of that.
Van Dijk, good pressure on the edge of the Brighton penalty area there against Believer. And Nunes has won it back off Dunk in the penalty area. Dunk back to his goalkeeper, who kicks it forward. Out of play, that's good. That's what we need. Keep at it. Thrown back to Kwanzaa. Liverpool searching an equaliser here at Anfield. Kwanzaa back to Szoboszlai. McAllister to Kwanzaa again. Liverpool manoeuvre it back to Virgil van Dijk. Now to his right, Kwanzaa. Gomez with a touch. Endo under pressure from Adingra, did well. Endo. Now Kwanzaa again at the back for Liverpool. Needs some movement. Here's Gomez. Under pressure from Moda. Well organised, Brighton. They're frustrating us a bit, aren't they?
Absolutely, Steve. I was going to say, Brighton's game plan so far in the first 25 minutes has been spot on. Really frustrating Liverpool, limiting, our key players getting on the ball, to be honest. But this is where I just think we keep having to pass and move, keep moving the Brighton players.
Jayden Dan's on the bench again, getting a nice reception as he warms up on the near side for Liverpool. Now Kwanzaa back inside towards Endo. Now Salah's got a bit of space through midfield, forward to McAllister. McAllister, was he caught again by Lamptey? Is that going to be another corner? Indeed it is. This time on the right wing area. You know what frustrated me was doing it with Tomo at the United game, and we had, how many corners did we have in that game, by the way? We've got a big threat with Virgil, haven't we?
Absolutely, it's something that I think we need to be scoring more from, with the likes of Virgil, Gomez, Kwanzaa. We've got some big players in there.
So Szoboszlai again, Anfield Road end, right side, 26 gone. Liverpool nil, Brighton 1. In by Szoboszlai. Van Dijk in the air by Dunk. Salah flicks it back in there. A chance! A goal! It's an equaliser! And it's in by Luis Diaz! Liverpool are level! Brighton are appealing for offside. The flag didn't go up. So again, more VAR controversy. We will await Tashidawi. The Brighton players surrounding David Coote, who waits for Paul Tierney. So before we start celebrating wildly, Luis Diaz thinks he's got Liverpool level. Natasha Dowie. Again, we wait. More VAR at Anfield.
Yeah, I don't want to get too excited already. It almost seemed too easy, Steve, which is what does worry me a little bit, because he seemed to find himself in acres of space, and he finished it really well here. But as they came up, as Mo wins the header.
Diaz is onside.
I think
it's
Diaz
a goal!
It's on.
It's a goal!
Yes, love that.
VAR have given it.
Love that.
Liverpool are level, and Luis Diaz out of nowhere pokes the ball in to get Liverpool level.
Yeah, it came off the Brighton player. It came off the Brighton player last. Mo Salah, brilliant for Mo, by the way, to get up and win that header. You can see the Brighton player then flicks on, and it's brilliant by Diaz. He's alive, like any good centre forward, and it's a good finish there. And you could feel the pressure was coming, Steve, and we deserve that. Game on.
That's a massive goal. Luis Diaz's 12th goal of the season to get Liverpool level. But his dad's here today, celebrating wildly in the stand, no doubt.
I'm sure his dad's dancing like he normally is.
Here's Nunes, here's McAllister now, 1-1 at Anfield. Liverpool getting level. Bradley on the right wing. Bradley, there's the cross. Diaz back post, good save by Verbruggen. Good again.
Yeah, this is much better. This is us, and it's great. The mentality that the boys have is brilliant. A little bit shaken up by the early goal, but now we're back in our rhythm, and now it's really important now that we start dictating the play a bit more.
Maybe we need to say that again, Tash. We don't score like Aldo always does. Don't score from corners, because it was a corner half cleared and we kept the attack going, didn't we? But here's Adingra on the counter-attack at the other end. Got to be careful. Running at Kwanzaa and Bradley. Adingra played it out wide. Moda's cross. Gomez with a poor clearance and then an unbelievable block. But it's that rule again. The flag should have come up. It didn't. And it goes up late. It wouldn't have counted had it gone in. But it's such a mess, that rule. We keep talking about it. Aldo always says, just get your flag up, man.
Absolutely. Absolutely, because someone could get injured from making a block, Steve. And when it's so blatantly offside, just call it.
Yeah, when he's played in on the left, I think Moda knew he was offside. It's a poor clearance by Gomez, but block by Wataru Endo. Take nothing away out of Endo, by the way. Tash, it was brilliant, even though it wouldn't have counted. But Endo didn't know that. 29 gone, 1-1, thanks to Luis Diaz. Kwanzaa at the back for Liverpool. Played it back to Endo. That's a good ball over the top if Bradley can get there on the right wing. Bradley will get there. No, the flag is up for offside. Just trying to get him in behind.
Yeah, there's acres of space, though, Steve, for those runs. Mo's been doing it all game so far, and Bradley, he's almost done the kind of overlap. Mo's come inside and created that space for Bradley to then get in the channels. It's a good pick out by Endo, but Bradley just needs to do a bit better to hold his run.
Van Heck at the back for Brighton, out to Veltman. Infield again, it goes to Baleba. Good pressure by Nunes, but it's pinged out wide to the left side, towards Adingra. Gross. McAllister, the first Liverpool player forward here. Baleba. Square in midfield to Gross again. McAllister really putting a lot of pressure on Brighton, but now Van Heck at the back for Brighton. Plays it to the edge of the box to Dunk. Out to the left again. Brighton build forward, Gross. Play to Welbeck. Adingra. Dangerous on the left wing, running at Kwanzaa forward to Welbeck, who's gone again. Welbeck's free in the penalty area. Tight angle, Welbeck. Side netting. It's a chance, that.
It's a massive chance. Wow. It's a massive let-off. You know, I held my breath a little bit there because actually it was McAllister. You could see here he was tracking back, but Welbeck just has the legs of McAllister here, and he overlapped, and then he's 1v1. And actually, he does well there, Kwanzaa, to kind of shut down the angle, and Kellehan had that. It's actually Endo, sorry. Endo again, brilliant covering from Endo.
McAllister did really well. Brilliant play by him. Szoboszlai now. Great ball. Salah is in, but a weak shot. Big chance for Mo Salah. Great play by Szoboszlai. It's a fantastic ball. Brilliant play by McAllister as well. Because when he got that ball, he was quickly put under pressure by two players. And Szoboszlai with a beautiful through ball. It's a big chance. He's got Nunes to his left as well.
Yeah, you can feel the tension, to be honest, Steve, around the stadium. Yeah. I know Klopp always says he likes the fans to be applauding efforts, but I feel like the fans are getting a bit negative, and I think they need to stay positive. You know, the players are getting opportunities, the goals will come, but we can't be having groaning in the crowd, you know. Mo doesn't mean to miss, he's through on goal, it's just a poor execution, but it'll come.
He's had a few chances, Mo, hasn't he? Great chance.
And that's the hardest thing, Steve, as a centre-forward, is getting yourself in those positions. But we know that Mo will come good in the end.
It was a great ball from Szoboszlai. It was a nice play, that. And we quickened it up, and that's the key to this game, you feel. Just quicken it up in that final third and open them up. Brilliant by Bradley, who intercepts on the right. Bradley running just outside the box. Great run, trying to play it inside. Still Bradley, still going. Diaz! Saved by Verbruggen. No real power from the Colombian that time. All about persistence, that from Conor Bradley.
Yeah, it's great again. I think we've been our strongest down the right-hand side. And it's just that final third now, but the amount of opportunities were coming. This second goal is coming, Steve, within the next 5-10 minutes for sure.
How many shots have we had in this half, by the way?
A lot.
Well, Bradley let it go. He's been beaten there by Baleba. Right, get it back again. Welbeck. Back towards Adingra. Now Gross. Just on the halfway line, Mo's after him, but Gross steadies himself, plays it wide again to Estupiñán. Out wide on the left to Adingra again, back to Estupiñán. He's got away, Adingra, he's trying to set it up. Great defending by Kwanzaa to clear it. And up top, Nunes goes down, no foul by Van Heck, says the referee.
They really are a threat, though, Steve, aren't they? No matter how many opportunities we have, that's why we have to take these chances, because whilst Brighton and they're still in the game at 1-1, they've got that threat going forward.
That's the thing I was saying, Tats, before, as I say, you know, Matoma might be out, and they bring in Adingra at the Ivory Coast International on that left side, who's causing us too many problems. I think Jurgen and Pep might be a bit concerned there, just try and block off that supply line. But with 12 minutes to go to the break, Liverpool back on level terms after that. Getting shocked by that early goal, and Luis Diaz getting Liverpool level. Mo Salah's had a couple of opportunities, and that was good from Bradley again. Intercepts, and he runs on. Still Bradley, he's gone past three players. Nunes in the box, can he turn? Lewis Dunk stops him. Here's Gross, just got away from McAllister. And Adingra. In goes Endo this time, all over the Brighton player, but he goes down. Free kick given to the away team.
Bradley's been one of our key players, hasn't he? You know, I think he's creating so much. The way that he's front foot pressing every time, nicking the ball. You know, I think then actually the runs maybe in the final third need to be a bit better for him. You know, he didn't really have that many options going forward then.
Yeah, I think defensively he's had a few moments against Adingra. But Brighton are onside on the left wing. It's Welbeck into the area to Moda, who turns with a shot with his left foot, driving it high over the crossbar. And David Coote does not know what he's doing out there. He gave a goal kick there, and because the Brighton player's gone up to him and asked him a question, he's decided there's a deflection and it's a corner. Talk about man in the muddle. Never mind man in the middle, Sam.
Yeah, no, absolutely.
Gee,
but
mate.
again, it's that long ball, Steve. It's that directness, you know, and it's actually Bradley who was high up the pitch, and then Brighton one long ball into the channel. He's caught out there, and now they've got a set piece, and that's what I mean. Within seconds, they're such a threat.
Brighton corner, change of corner taker. The Ecuador international, Estepina, Coppen, left-hand side. Left-footed delivery, into the mix it goes. Good header away by Nunes. Salah with a great clearance. Diaz now, he's one-on-one with Veltman. Diaz running at them. He's got Nunes up with him, but he just took an extra touch. Tackled, in goes Salah. Veltman tackled him. Diaz trying to win it back. Comes in with a strong challenge on Gross. Gross goes down. The referee has already given Brighton a free kick for the initial challenge by Diaz.
I think if anything, this is going to motivate Liverpool even more. You can sense it if you can't hear how frustrated the crowd are. But I think this is where the players on the pitch, they have to keep a cool head, Steve. You know, we can all be frustrated up here with the referee's decisions, but the players can't let that affect their performance in a negative way.
Gross is up on his feet again. So it wasn't that much of a meaty challenge, that's in the end. But 1-1. 9 minutes to go to the break. That was a real chance, wasn't it? When Diaz broke there, I thought, right, is he going to run at him?
And you fancied him too. You know, that's his game, isn't it? But he just didn't check his shoulder. He didn't see the other man coming from behind. And in the end, yeah, really nothing came from it, which is disappointing.
Bradley again does brilliantly to win it back on the right wing, linking with Salah. Salah, edge space, McAllister, right edge of the box. Salah's in the penalty area, rolls it to Bradley. Can he cross it for Nunes? Header near post, charge down Nunes again. The goalkeeper's in no man's land, it's cleared. Brighton stopped playing, it nearly went in. Edge of the box, McAllister. One touch, he can't shoot, he's surrounded by blue shirts. He's trying to turn Welbeck. Still McAllister, in goes Endo, and Brighton break away. Dangerous. That's brilliant by Kwanzaa, because if he doesn't get there, Adingra's away. Now Gomez has been caught by Lamptey. Free kick Liverpool. That was unbelievable. That Salah and Bradley link up. Brighton stopped playing. They were trying to claim there was a foul going on there, and it nearly went in. The keeper's in no man's land.
And the improvisation by Nunes there.
Salah, great ball. Bradley is in. Can he shoot? Over the top. Has to go down as a good chance.
No, it's a clean chance. Going back to Nunes' chance just before, the improvisation is brilliant there. And then within seconds, Conor Bradley is through and goal, and you fancy him there. You know, technically, he's very gifted. We've seen him score some great goals from this type of area for Liverpool. And for him to not even hit the target there, you know, we really have created a lot this first half. But I see that as a positive, Steve. You know, within the first 37 minutes, we've had at least 10 opportunities. So now we just need to be a little bit more clinical in that final third.
Yeah, just got to be careful, as I say. That left-hand side with the pace and directness of Adingra going forward. We've had some really decent opportunities since Luis Diaz got Liverpool level. Welbeck cutting in from the right. Good tackle by Diaz. Soboslai, good touch. McAllister's got space. He spotted Salah down the middle. What a pass by McAllister. Salah, can he get away from Verbruggen? Verbruggen saves it with his hands. And it goes out for a throw-in on the right wing.
Oh, such a shame he couldn't get a touch on that. I think if he had brought that down, then he could have been through on goal, but he just took his eye off the ball last minute. And, yeah, so close, inches away.
Wow, Alexis McAllister's passing range. We've got to talk about that.
It's ridiculous. You know, it's like a Steven Gerrard, isn't it?
Yeah.
30, 40 yards, pinpoint exactly where you want it. Now the players need to start finishing these opportunities.
Yeah, absolute quality. So we've done well to respond. Great character, as always. Thanks to Luis Diaz to get us level. And we've had some big moments to score. It's a great chance that for Bradley. Just couldn't keep it down. Mo put through, saved. Diaz went through. Bit of indecisiveness and charge down. Keep playing, keep at it. And here's Bradley back to Kwanzaa. Gives it to Endo, just over the halfway line. 6 minutes left of the half, 1-1. Endo driving on. Gomez. Tackle by Lamptey. Diaz gets there. He skins Veltman. Diaz. He's done well. Still Diaz. Cutting inside. It's a good ball centrally now to McAllister. Now, Soboslai, edge of the area. Salah, little turn. Was he fouled? Still Salah. McAllister to shoot. Charge down. Loose ball. Bradley gets there before Adingra. Did well to hold him off. McAllister, middle of the park, turns. Back to Endo. Behind him is Kwanzaa. Feeding it back to Gomez again. 1-1 here. Gomez to turn. Back to his left, to his skipper, who joins the attack. Van Dijk back to Diaz again. Endo's made a run forward. Nunes deep. Back to Gomez. They keep playing. Kwanzaa. Behind him is Virgil van Dijk again. Switches to the left now to Soboslai. Cutting inside. Diaz. Gomez. Still Liverpool keeping hold of the ball. Have we got a sting in the tail? Van Dijk digs it into the box. McAllister made the run. Van Heck cleared it. Brilliantly won back by Endo. Oh, it's behind Nunes and it's cleared. And Insto Kwanzaa dived in, a bit reckless. And Brighton can clear. Moda out to Adingra. Down that left-hand side. Thankfully, he holds it up a little bit. It's Estupiñán, actually. He switches the play, left to the right to Tariq Lamptey. Infield, 1-2 with Baleba. Lamptey. Liverpool forced them backwards in the end, and Van Heck. Final 5 minutes of the half, Tatstowie.
Yeah, you know, Brighton are a team that we need to have a couple of goal cushion. You know, they're that good, and you can see why they are where they are in the table and why we've struggled so much against them, Steve. They've got such a threat. So we really, like I said, I keep harping on about it, but we need to get those goals. This is key. You know, I know we've still got plenty of time, but I'd love to see us maybe get a goal before the half finishes.
Bradley went tight, but that's dangerous again by Adingra, trying the layoff, but Kwanzaa had it covered. By the way, though, now this season, Tats, still gives us hope this. Brighton have conceded 29 Premier League goals away from home, including this one today. Only Burnley, with one more after yesterday, have conceded more.
We love a stat.
So, hopefully, we'll get another one here at 1-1. Here's Kwanzaa. Forward for Liverpool, up to McAllister. He's been superb for Liverpool in this opening half again. Endo, forward to Kwanzaa. Deep in Brighton territory. Plays it back to Endo. Forward to Salah, who's got a great goal-scoring record against Brighton, as he does against, let's be honest, every team, really. He's had some chances here. A few unlucky. One of them would be disappointed by. Endo into the box to Soboslai, cleared. Edge of the area, McAllister took it down nicely. Shot charged down, cleared. Drifts away on the left corner.
A couple of chances there that McAllister's had on the edge of the box. They just haven't dropped quick enough for him. You fancy him on the edge there with his technique. But again, it's a set piece. We've scored from one already today. Let's see if we can make the most of this one.
Oh, Soboslai's gone short. McAllister, left edge of the penalty area. Digs it back stick. And Dykes up there, cleared away by Brighton. Loose ball, Gross there before Salah. And under pressure from Salah, he clears it into the stand. And Liverpool get another one before half-time. Danny Welbeck opened the scoring inside the opening 75 seconds. Luis Diaz levelled for Liverpool. Timed his run really well despite the VAR check. McAllister, lovely touch to Diaz. Good football, Salah edge of the area. Salah trying to reverse it to Soboslai. The idea was right, there's just too many blue shirts there. In steps Gomez, fouls Veltman. Free kick Brighton, frustrating. Really frustrating.
Yeah, it is, but the reactions I love as well, Steve. I've got to be honest, as soon as we lose it, we're around it, we're counter-pressing. You know, I was in a training this week watching the first team train, and that is all they focus on, is that counter-press. You know, when you make a mistake, don't have a negative reaction. That's the key moment to try and win it back for the team, so I think that's been really good so far today.
Yeah, you were with Jurgen and the boys this week, weren't you?
Got my Jurgen hug at last.
Oh, love that. Salah defending deep inside his own half, chooses Kelleher, who's way out of his goal. For Liverpool here, into McAllister. Under pressure instantly from Welbeck, but Kelleher back out again towards Jarell Kwanzaa. Kwanzaa pings it towards the left wing. Diaz, great header forward. Soboslai trying to get over the top of Baleba. Will it break for Diaz? No, David Coote has said it's a foul by Soboslai. There wasn't much in it, but, well, enough said from me.
Yeah, look, it's a tiny pull on the arm. You know, some refs could play on. This ref obviously isn't for us. You know, for me, the way the referee's reffing the game, don't give him any excuse to pull you up. So I think maybe there's Obersley shouldn't have used his arms, but the referee's seen it and called it.
Now Van Heck just outside his penalty area. Soboslai puts him under pressure. Playing it centrally to Gross. Salah lurking there as well as Dunk inside his own penalty area. Back to Van Heck again. Back to Verbruggen, who kicks it out to Estupiñán. On that left side, Bradley puts him under. Back to Dunk. Brighton trying to play it out from the edge of the penalty area. And they get it square to Baleba. That's a nice turn to get away from Szoboszlai and Moda. In comes Diaz on Moda. Did well, Luis Diaz. And it breaks back to Adingra. Estupiñán. Diaz now on the right, blocking it, forcing him backwards. Brilliant by Diaz again. He's taken it off Gross, who's happy to go to ground. Not sure how much of a strong challenge that was by Diaz, but it was really good from the Colombian.
Yeah, great by Diaz. I think he might have run past maybe 4 or 5 Liverpool shirts there himself, trying to press. We have to do it as a team. You know, Núñez sets the trigger, then we all have to go together.
4 minutes of added on time, folks. McAllister with a good challenge on the far side to stop Brighton breaking away on the left. 1-1. Here's Baleba. Back towards Van Heck, who's got space for Brighton on the halfway line. Pulls it square to Gross again. He's trying to play it over the top. Can Bradley win the header? He can, but it falls back to Welbeck. Bradley tackles him. Comes off Welbeck. He did well, Conor Bradley. Goal kick.
Yeah, phenomenal so far. He's had a great first half. I think he's been one of the standout players for us. Conor Bradley hasn't put a foot wrong, really, to be honest.
And could have scored as well, Tash, couldn't he?
Could have, yeah, absolutely. I think a lot of players at half-time will be thinking they could have had a few goals at least.
Diaz flicks it forward. Núñez on the chase, but it goes back to Verbruggen, the goalkeeper. Need to get Darwin involved more, don't we?
Yeah,
running at them.
Absolutely spot on. Yeah, I don't think he's seen enough of the ball in the right areas.
Now it goes square back towards Lewis Dunk for Brighton. Across his back line to Van Heck. 1-1. Here at Anfield, Veltman in front of the dugouts, turning away from Szoboszlai. Reverse ball. Gomez with a good challenge. It goes out of play for a Liverpool throw-in. Right by the Brighton dugout. Szoboszlai, good throw. McAllister, bit of space in central midfield. Dinks it through the middle. Diaz, lovely turn to get away from Baleba. Still Diaz, he's turned Gross. Back to McAllister. Tackle by Moda, though. Welbeck, good challenge by Endo. No, says David Coote. I think the fans are angry at some very erratic stuff going on from Coote. I have to say that. But it's 1-1 in first half stoppage time. Luis Diaz getting in there to poke home the equaliser. Brighton have the free kick from the halfway line. Dunk to take.
I think a lot of the talk this first half will be about the referee, but I've actually really been pleased with how the boys have played this first half. I think the amount of chances we created, we could have easily had 5 or 6, so I think there's lots of positives to look forward to in the second half.
Yeah, I think you're going to probably say that, wouldn't they, in half-time? Look, we should be leading. Getting back into the chances we've had. The Mo Salah one is a great chance put in by Szoboszlai. I think I'd say 9 times out of 10, I'd go that high percentage. You would expect Mo to score that by his high standards. And the Conor Bradley one, put it on goal, but he blazed it over the top. Great ball by Salah it was too. Gomez joins the attack, but he gives the ball away. Dangerous, Veltman breaking on the right. Diaz getting back at left back to help out. Veltman goes down, and Diaz is furious. David Coote, Jurgen is angry with David Coote there. I think Diaz won the ball there. That's Liverpool's anger.
Yeah,
look at the replay.
I think Jurgen's lost his cool now.
He wins the ball.
Yeah, he wins the ball, yeah, and you can tell Jurgen's been quite calm so far this first half, but I think just looking down the bench there, every single staff member and player were up. Jurgen's pointing to his head saying, look, keep focused, don't let it distract you, but it's hard when every single call today, to be honest, has been incorrect.
Here's Gross with a free kick for Brighton. No, dangerous cop end. And he's blown up again, the referee. Stop-start. So there was some pushing going on with Virgil van Dijk and Danny Welbeck, something going on between the pair of them. So the free kick that should never have been anyway is going to be taken. Probably one of the last kicks of the half on the right side. I'm actually quite pleased, Tash, and this is a compliment to have you with me today, because I think if Aldo had been with us today with this fella, Coote, I think we might have been kicked off the air by now. You know? I would have had to calm him down, wouldn't I?
Yeah, absolutely.
Sure.
It's hard, but it's out of your control, and I think that's the hardest thing. Control the controllables. You can't control that.
Gross to take the free kick. launched into the edge of the box, headed away by McAllister. And that is the last action of the half. The boos off for David Coote, the referee. Some baffling decisions. I think the yellow card for Alexis McAllister was very harsh, let's put it that way, to say the least. But Anfield was rocked after 75 seconds when Dingra, who's caused a lot of problems on that.
But I think her best performing position, which is in the attacking midfield role. However, every grey cloud has a silver lining, and Nusken has been superb this year. In any game, any competition, any opposition, she scores goals, and she could be absolutely massive for Chelsea today. Yeah. However, we spoke about these lineups, we spoke about the big decisions from the managers, but what that does mean is that all the players that don't get the start are sat on that substitutes bench, ready to come on and make an impact. And that is big, because if this game is still level, in 60, 70 minutes, you turn to Arsenal, who have got Ford and Russo and the likes, and Chelsea, who will have Wrighton and Macario and Beaver Jones and so on. Both sides are so strong, not only on the pitch but off the pitch, which is exactly what you want for a final, because it keeps that game at the highest quality possible for the whole 90 minutes, if not more.
Yeah, the other big question mark around today is with Guro Wright, and obviously not, so Lauren Jones on that left-hand side. Does that open up the opportunity for Niamh Charles to get forward a little bit more? Because we expect that Lauren will drift inside a little bit, that's where she's very dangerous. And then that does open the space up for Niamh Charles to make those overlapping runs. Is that something Chelsea could look to do today?
Yeah, I think definitely so. Niamh Charles has got a big job in her hands today. There's a lot of plates she's going to have to spin, because we know that she is so good going forward, and I definitely think Chelsea can utilise that. There will be space for her to use, and we know Niamh Charles up that line, and then either getting balls into the box or, you know, causing issues, even having a go herself. She's a great, brilliant goal scorer. You know, she can cause problems, but she has to balance everything out, because she has got defensive duties and captain duties to hold today. Obviously, she's captain us for most of the year, but this is the final. She's got to make sure she's in control.
Yeah, it's a big moment, isn't it?
Yeah, as I say, this is a big day for her, but she's also got to remember her defensive duties. If she does get up that line, she's got to work her arse off to get back, because she's got Beth Mead to mark. You can't just afford to leave Beth Mead on her own, because we'll get punished for it. So she's got to manage that.
Yeah, the other thing Isabella makes a great point about is saying I was surprised Blacksenius and Russo aren't on the starting lineup together for Arsenal, because they're pretty strong together. That's the other thing we didn't talk about. Obviously, recently they have been using the two in tandem. We spoke about whether it should have been Russo over Blacksenius, but the other option is both of them.
Yeah.
Do you think we could have seen them both start today, and why don't we?
Potentially. So I think I honestly I can't explain. Only Eidevall could tell you that. I really don't know what he's thinking.
Yeah.
Even if you're not going to start. You start both of them, or you start Russo for me. I really think that is an interesting decision. But it's been 3 years since Chelsea got their hands on this trophy. Arsenal are still the holders. It's going to be a brilliant game. I'm so excited.
Yes, indeed. Right, before we get into some predictions. Firstly, Henry Mazimba, welcome to the stream. Asking for a link, and Isabella pointing out that it is on the FA Player. So yes, get the game up. Do not go anywhere though. Make sure to join us throughout today's game. And let's get into some predictions. Harry, what is your score prediction?
I really don't know. I'm going to go Chelsea, of course I am, but I think it is going to be a really, really good game. I will go for Chelsea 2, Arsenal 1. I think Chelsea will just nick it, but I think it'll be a really equal game, really competitive game. neither side will deserve to lose, but Chelsea will eventually use that winning pedigree, that knowledge of how to win trophies consistently to get themselves over the line. I think Arsenal will take the lead in about the 20th minute through Stina Blackstenius, catch Chelsea out on a counter-attack. The Blues will respond just before half-time through Lauren James.
She is winning well both for today and for the
minute. Katerina Macario off the bench for Chelsea, 2-1 to the Blues.
Niamh Charles guiding the dignitaries through the process. Those Chelsea support. Can come into midfield. Well, Lauren James and Johanna Reiting-Kanried are beginning out on the wings. Well, a very healthy crowd and a very healthy situation that Chelsea come into this game in, still fighting on multiple fronts, and that is testament to the management of Emma Hayes when you think about the injuries to some of their key players. Cheryl Foster, meanwhile, the vastly experienced referee, is in the middle for this showdown this afternoon. And speaking of experience, well, Kim Little, the Arsenal skipper, has that in absolute buckets and scored from the spot in the final last season. Came to talk about a showdown between Jonas Eidevall and Emma Hayes today. The Swede was talking about how he always enjoys the games from a challenge perspective, and he's really looking forward to the time when him and Hayes are not on opposing sides. It'll be interesting to have discussions together and to just get a perspective on things. Hayes meanwhile, spoke about how she doesn't see him outside of matches, but they always have good communication. They're always talking about different things, and yes, when you play the top teams, they're always good battles, and this is the last one for them. It's been fun for the women's game. It's been a fun rivalry, but once the match begins, it is down to business. So it will be Chelsea in the blue shirts, blue shorts and blue socks to get underway, kicking from left to right in this first half at Molineux. And on Cheryl Foster's whistle, the players, match officials and coaching staff all take a knee. Well, Chelsea blew Arsenal away just a couple of weeks ago in the WSL. Will they find it as straightforward today as they try to begin the home straight towards that possible quadruple? As for Arsenal, well, Jonas Eidevall says it's a massive weekend for the club, and he doesn't believe that there is any mental obstacle when it comes to trying to get one over on Chelsea. Carter. Hit long, looking for Reiting Kahnryd. Reiting Kahnryd has Cuthbert on the overlap. Back from Perisse. Here's Carter. There's a view that defeat that Arsenal suffered to Chelsea in the league not that long ago can help to fuel the Gunners today. There'll be a real desire to make amends after such a comprehensive loss to one of their major rivals. Having done the game against Aston Villa last week when Arsenal managed to turn things around after falling behind at Villa Park, I might just have a feeling that they come into this in the right spirits, and Chelsea had to fight hard to get the victory at West Ham in their WSL game last weekend. And while the aggregate scoreline was comfortable for them against Ajax in the Champions League in the week, it was only a 1-1 draw on home turf against the Dutch club. Reiting Kahnryd, space to exploit here. Reiting Kahnryd doing just that, and still it looked like a foul on Vubben-Moy. Arsenal's progress to the final saw them finish top in a group that also included their North London rivals Tottenham, along with Southampton, Bristol City and Reading. His side then overcame London City Lionesses in the last 8 and Aston Villa in the semis. Chelsea, meanwhile, only had to play 2 games to reach the final. About to join from the quarter-final stage due to their involvement in the Women's Champions League. The Championship side Sunderland 5-0 at home. And then there was that very notable 1-0 success away at Manchester City. Perisse. Reiting Kahnryd, back to Ramirez. Ramirez, the mega money signing, who netted again for the club in the Champions League against Ajax in the week. This is Kadisha Buchanan. James. Charles. Don't yet to really settle down, and Leupolz has given that away. Leah Williamson. Vubben-Moy. Here's McCabe. Last year's final at Selhurst Park was played in front of a competition record crowd of just over 19,000. They are expecting that to be beaten here at Molineux this afternoon. Hampton to Jess Carter. As you missed the team news, Alessia Russo on the bench for Arsenal this afternoon. She's had a bit of a bug, apparently, according to Jonas Eidevall, hasn't been able to train and has done a tremendous job just being able to be available in the squad today. Is feeling a bit better. So he said as far as the selection went today, there's no smartness from him. It's just that one was available to start and the other wasn't. Pretty handy that Blackstenius did score last weekend after only netting in one of her last 8 games prior to the match against Villa, and that was actually in the semi-finals of this competition when she bagged a hat-trick against the Midlands club. That's loose. Vubbenmoy's onto it. Little. Vubbenmoy. Leah Williamson. Williamson. Fox. Chelsea might have blown away Arsenal a fortnight ago, but they were actually completely outplayed at the Emirates earlier on in the campaign. Emma Hayes was pretty scathing of her side that day, said that they didn't show up. Arsenal were a top-level team on that occasion. They were well off their best. Game that was over at half-time. She pointed out that at Stamford Bridge it was also over at half-time, so if you aren't at it from the word go in matches against fellow big sides, one can quickly slip out of reach. Hampton short for Jess Carter. Like it might have been a high boot there from Johanna Ritten-Conried. Certainly Jonas Eidevall felt that way. It's an interesting question, isn't it? Which manager is this final more important to? Jonas Eidevall desperate to get hold of a trophy, and this is their only realistic hope of getting some silverware this season. Emma Hayes, meanwhile, desperate to go out with a bang and to make some special memories. Quadruple would definitely be that. There's also the factor that if they did suffer defeat today, could it have a knock-on effect for the other campaigns? Here's James, meanwhile, beaten away by Zinsberger. First serious chance of the game. James weaved her way into a useful area, but the hit was a bit too close to the Arsenal keeper, in all honesty. So it wasn't the greatest piece of defending from Williamson to allow James to get clear of her as the 2 England players went toe-to-toe. James. It's a good block from Mead. Little. It's to no one in particular, so easy for Buchanan to collect. Perisset. View that Jonas Eidevall is under a bit of pressure, given the size of the club that he's at, the history that they have, especially in the women's game. Trophy cabinet that's been stocked full for many years. A team that everyone knows, a big fan base who do expect success. Fox. Leonard Manum. Here's Little. On for Mead, that's a handy ball in! Just a bit too much on it. Lacasse was loitering, Mead with the teasing ball in. It was a touch too high for Leonardson Monum, who was loitering around the penalty spot region beyond Blackstenius and also beyond Lacasse at the far post. Carter. Cuthbert scored that absolute beauty against West Ham last weekend, which settled the nerves and secured the 3 points. Building a good run of form, Emma Hayes' side. Manchester City have been exceptional in terms of their winning streak that has really laid down the gauntlet to Chelsea, but Chelsea have managed to keep alive their hunt on 4 fronts. Cuthbert. Nuskin turning into trouble, but Ramirez has kept it moving. Now it's Lauren James. Alarm bells ringing here for Arsenal. James goes over. Cheryl Foster's not interested. Lacasse. Here's Katie McCabe. Neatly done by Wilburn Moy. That's a useful pass. Blackstenius one way. She's gone for goal instead, and well, I don't think it was the right choice from Chloe Lacasse, who does have a good long-range hit on her. Scored one incredible goal against Manchester United earlier this season from range, but never caught that correctly. At the other end, was there anything in this? Was Lauren James jinked and weaved? Well, she dangled a leg, Kim Little here, but I think pulled it out of the way before any contact was made on Lauren James, who was definitely looking for it. Howard Webb would have had something to say about that. Good pass. Sent on by Lacasse. Pelova. Beth Mead. Nicely done. Flag is up for offside. Close, and I think that Mead probably did just go a touch too early. Good turn by McCabe, not a good challenge on her. Two players that enjoy a tussle, Cuthbert and McCabe, and foul committed by the Scot and the Ireland captain. Moy. It's been a keenly contested first quarter of an hour, but you get the feeling that they're both still sizing each other up in terms of the tactical side of things. They've been in good form in front of goal. They've only scored more goals at this stage of a WSL campaign. If you look at that competition once before, that was in the 2020-21 season. Despite the chopping and changing that Emma Hayes has orchestrated this term, Charles gets back but then loses out. Palova, Little, here's McCabe. Showed a bit too much of that to Em Perisset. Made more changes to their starting 11 this season than any other club, and well, the number of absentees that they've got through injury, such as Millie Bright and Sam Kerr, would explain why. Zinsberger. Quite the contact she was hoping for. Now, here goes Leonardson-Mornham. Beth Mead. They have won 9 of the last 12 domestic trophies on offer, 4 WSLs, 3 FA Cups and 2 of these cups as well. Did a treble as recently as 2021 when they beat Arsenal in the FA Cup final. Corner will be taken by Katie McCabe. Arsenal still looking for their first shot on target. Hampton, at the second time of asking, makes the gather. Palova, Little. Now McCabe. Blackstenius lays it off. That's looped across towards Lacasse. And Hampton nearly presented it to her. Well, she spilled across not that long ago, Hannah Hampton. And then made a bit of a rick here. Started 12 of the last 19 games now that Chelsea have played. Her only appearances for the club. Signed from Aston Villa last summer, so this neck of the woods pretty familiar to her, having also been on the books of Birmingham as well. Here's Charles. Ramirez couldn't make it stick. Leonardson-Mornham didn't get the touch she was hoping for. Carter. Ramirez, no foul. That is though. With the challenge here. I think she realised that there was no cause for complaint about the call. taken beautifully. Fox on the move. Fox's ball in, and Carter with a very important header. I think Fox feels a bit hard done by to see that deemed a foul. I think it was the assistant's call rather than Cheryl Foster's. Fox here, the American who returned as a sub in that WSL defeat to Chelsea a couple of weeks ago, having missed 4 games while she was away at the Gold Cup with the United States of America. They won the final of that competition, 1-0 against Brazil, so she has recently tasted success in a showpiece event. It's a little bit awkward for Williamson, and McCabe's more up than out with her attempted clearance. Ramirez couldn't quite get the touch, she's onto it now. And Ramirez, 1-0! What a hit from Myra Ramirez. Arsenal were waiting for a whistle that didn't come, and she took full advantage with a lethal finish. Well, she scored in the Champions League in the week for Emma Hayes, and has got the opener in the League Cup final today as Jonas Eidevall fumes about the lack of an award of a free kick. The big money signing has scored in a big game for Chelsea this afternoon. They felt that was a handball by Cuthbert, and they had cause for complaint, didn't they? Clearly off the arm of the Scotland international. However, VAR will cast their eye across it. But it's certainly an arm from Erin Cuthbert, and I think you could argue that it is deliberate. And they're just checking whether or not it was off the arm or the thigh. It looked to me as though it was clearly off the arm of Cuthbert, but Cheryl Foster's obviously not entirely sure. Oh, but it will be disallowed. Handball by Erin Cuthbert, who has a bit of a knowing look on her face. It's a shame for Ramirez, as it was a wonderful strike from her. But Arsenal's feeling that that was an arm deliberately used by Cuthbert is borne out. I think that's the right call, to be honest. Blistering hit, though, from Ramirez, wasn't it? So we're back to all square. Moy feeding Little. Over out of play. McCabe's throw. Moy stretching for Leah Williamson. Lacass's header intelligently into path of Nelson Monham. Flag up again though, Arsenal a bit slack in that regard. Going for goal here, and Hampton was concerned. Well, caught in possession, Kadisha Buchanan there, and it was nearly costly. Heavy touch, and then just barged off it by Blackstenius. Only had one thing on her mind when the ball came her way, Beth Mead. Not quite the right execution, though. It's interesting to hear in the Chelsea camp this week that they were happy to admit that they have spoken about winning the quadruple this season. Normally, when sides are in the mix on multiple fronts, you get the usual cliche about taking one game at a time, but Ashley Lawrence said it has been on the lips of the players at the training ground. Through to the semis of the Champions League after beating Ajax over 2 legs. Manchester United, their opponents in the FA Cup semis. And still with the WSL defence in their own hands as well. But Arsenal aiming to spoil Chelsea's quadruple dreams, just as they ruined a potential treble for the Blues by winning the same final by 3-1 last season. Just misjudged that, so we'll go for an Arsenal throw. Well, the trip to the Midlands last weekend was worthwhile for those Arsenal fans. And they recovered from conceding first at Villa to earn a convincing 3-1 success. It should have been by a lot more than that. Ironically, in that game, Stina Blackstenius scored a goal that should really have been disallowed for handball, but there was no VAR in operation as it was a WSL game. Lacasse, angle's tough, still made Hampton work though. Had to take it as soon as possible as the angle was getting tougher for her. Hampton got her angle spot on to ensure it was a routine block. Lauren James. Outmanoeuvred by Fox. Palova got a bit lucky with the deflection. Little under pressure. McCabe finds Fubenmoy. Charles got in each other's way. Blackstenius. Palova. And again. Good disguise on that pass. Nice idea as well by Leonard Mornham. Perisset. Jess Carter. Nearly half an hour gone at Molineux. Palova. Here's Fox. Fubenmoy. Lacasse. Williamson. Fox. He's managed to outfox Lauren James. Leonardson Mornham, it's opened up here. Lacasse. Leonardson Mornham. Blackstenius sniffing around, Perisset under pressure. He likes what he's seen in the last couple of minutes. Again, it was Lacasse getting into that promising area. Desperate lunge by Carter, good challenge though. McCabe, always a danger when letting fly from range, Katie McCabe, and that one watched all the way by Hampton. Get the feeling Arsenal just starting to get on top. And Hampton sending that effort from McCabe over the top. Moy was in a very useful position there. Good try! Well, it was Vivien Moy who had the effort, and her reaction suggested wasn't a million miles away from putting Arsenal in front. She made the dart here, and no one picked her up. Niskan got an important head on it. And then Vivien Moy with the very ambitious attempt to take that flush on the volley, but she nearly got it right. Arsenal with more efforts and more on target as well. Popped up towards Blackstenius, who tried to offload for Leonardson Mornham, who's quite advanced in terms of the position she's picking up, trying to pick up the second balls off Blackstenius. Hampton. And he said, hasn't he, Jonas Eidevall, that there's no mental obstacle for Arsenal when it comes to taking on Chelsea. They are growing in confidence as the match progresses. Leopold. Charles. Here's Cuthbert. Has to go back to find out Perisset. Ritin Conrad looking for Ramirez. Vivien Moy in a real tussle with her, and in the end, Vivien Moy's got the free kick, much to the disgust of Myra Ramirez. Oh, that's given away dangerously. Ramirez offloads, it's James. Lauren James, it's a corner. Could have been a lot worse, that, for Arsenal. Vivien Moy's pass, and then the slip is what caused the problem for Kim Little. And it nearly turned into a very big problem for Arsenal. Lauren James couldn't really sort of feet out properly. In from Perisset, away by Williamson. Little's nudge forwards. Now Arsenal on the counter here perhaps. And Buchanan hesitated. Leonardson Mornan with the pass. Mead won't be able to beat James in the foot race. Just for a minute there though, it opened up. Charles. Jess Carter. That's no foul, is it? Oh, for a minute, it looked as though the whistle hadn't gone. Robin Moy was barged over by Ritin Kanrid. It's the right call. This was when it looked as though Arsenal might be in business. Mead peeling away from James, who then just had that quick look up and then knew to trap. Well, there's an issue here, which is going to lead to the game being halted. And it's Hampton who's picked up a problem here. Well, a curious one, as an obvious challenge that I can think of that might have caused the problem. There's the slip. And that might well have done the damage. Gives the respective managers the chance to get some instructions out to their players. Very different type of game to the one that we saw at Stamford Bridge not that long ago, but I always felt that it would be a different story. Lessons learnt, and definitely Arsenal have ensured that they have turned up from the word go today, which wasn't the case in that game. Ireland's going to persevere. Buchanan. Mead. James. Fox was trying to hit it off her for a corner, but unsuccessfully. And they've both been in the fourth officials here at various points in the first half, unhappy with some marginal calls. Buchanan. Carter. Little. Vubben-Moy moves it on to McCabe. Smacks that against Perisset. McCabe. Pelova. It's just fallen a bit flat, but that's a loose pass. Cuthbert was cleaned out, advantage played. Ritin Cunrid. That's off Wubben-Moy, and it's winded her as well. Arsenal have the throw, which will give Wubben-Moy the chance to just gather herself after being hit full on. Certainly travelling from Ritin Cunrid. She felt the full force of it. McCabe. And a pocket pick by Ramirez. Well, that's surely a foul on Ramirez. Nothing given. Cuthbert. Ritin Cunrid, poked on for Cuthbert. Ritin Cunrid leading McCabe a merry dance before trying to send Cuthbert clear. Cuthbert. Little. No flag. Caswait's in the middle. Mead was there as well, but now the flag does go up. Carter. Perisset round the corner, but the ball has gone out of play. minutes added on at the end of the first half. Moy. That's gifted to Ritten Conrad. Leupolds. Lauren James. Oh, she was trying to pick out Ritten Conrad, but just a bit too much weight on the pass. If control let her down a bit here, the heavy touch took her far enough wide that a shot was never really an option. Short to James. That should be Zinsberger's and is. Little. Well, that's intelligently done, but just caught in their heels a bit there, Beth Mead. Struggled to get her on the ball often enough, Arsenal. I do wonder just how much Alessia Russo is away from full match fitness, given the bug she's got, or that she had during the week. Having both her and Blackstenius up there might well occupy that Chelsea backline a bit more. Chelsea free kick as we enter the final minute of additional time at the end of the first half. Chelsea right at the end of the first half. That will be looked at. The 4 minutes have elapsed, but should there be anything in that incident, Chelsea might still have something at the end of the first period. So Cheryl Foster saying, hold on a second while we look at this. Up from Katie McCabe, but Cheryl Foster's been told that there's nothing in it, and there's nothing in it between the teams at the interval either. Myra Ramirez with that strike that was chalked off due to a handball in the build-up from Erin Cuthbert. Chances pretty thin on the ground for both sides, a much more even contest than the WSL meeting a couple of weeks ago. And no goals after the first 45 minutes. Arsenal 0, Chelsea 0.
we are yet to see the best of both sides in this game.
I think I agree with you there. Thanks, by the way, to everyone all the few people that have subscribed. Thanks to everyone that's tuned in today. 574 subscribers. We'll be kicking to 575. We won off that. We had an ambitious goal of hitting 600 today. I don't think that's going to happen now. Today's stream not really doing the numbers that we have seen recently, but that's understandable. It's a big game, and I'm very, very excited to see how we get on in the second half.
Yeah, definitely so. But yeah, Chelsea, it's been 3 years since they took home the Conti Cup. They want to do it this year. City won it in 2021. Arsenal obviously won it. No, Chelsea won it in 2021. City won it in 22.
Yeah.
Arsenal winning it last year in 2023. Arsenal want to hold on to it. Chelsea won it. I feel like both sides are gonna up that ante in this second 45 and gonna give us a really, really good game. That end-to-end game we expected. We got the first half, which was close, but a little bit lacking in the action department. This side, second half, I think will stay close, but it's gonna be action-packed.
Yeah, well, will it stay close? Can someone change something to make a difference?
Maybe so. Who knows what we're gonna get?
Well, nobody. Let's find out in the next 45 minutes. In terms of changes, I don't think we'll see any. I don't really see who would make, unless Arsenal look at Russo, but I'm not really seeing Blackstenius, but I don't think they will just yet.
No.
So I don't really see a whole lot changing. Chelsea might look at Guro later in the game.
Yeah.
But not yet.
I don't look at anyone in that first half and go, they should be on the pitch in the second.
No one was that poor that it warrants a hooking up at half time.
Unless either manager thinks that a personnel change or a tactical tweak will affect the performance in the second half.
Yeah, exactly.
It's going to be really interesting to see where this game goes from now.
Alright chat, we have 2 minutes until the second half gets underway. Get in the live chat right now and give your verdict on the game so far, and then give us our prediction for the second half. What's going to happen? What's going to go down the next 45 minutes? That's what we want to hear from you guys now. Harry, are you making any amendment to your earlier prediction of 2-1?
I'm going to stick with my prediction of 2-1. However, I think it'll be 1-1 after 90 minutes, and then it'll be Chelsea to get the second in extra time. I don't see us finding 3 goals in the next 45 minutes. I think we'll go. Arsenal will take the lead early on the second half. Chelsea will peg them back, and then it will be a extra time goal for the Blues to get the Conti Cup.
Yeah, I'm going to slightly alter my prediction. I'm going to say 2-0 Chelsea now. I don't think we're going to get that third, just because we haven't scored in the first half. Yeah. I still think Lauren Jones is going to score one today, and I will then say Macario off the bench. So I'm going to change it up. I don't know. Our attack hasn't. Obviously, Ramirez scored. If she could do that again, that'd be great. But I don't know. Other than that, we haven't looked too potent in attack. I'm not quite sure how I feel about. I don't think James is going to have the best impact on the game. Perhaps that was a poor call. I wouldn't be surprised if we see Wrighton on within the first 20 minutes of the second half.
Yeah, I do think if Chelsea can come out the tunnel, I think Lauren James needs to bring that start at an impact we know she has.
Yeah, Isabella saying if nothing changes with the gameplay, I reckon it'll be a 1-0 win for Chelsea, but by the barest of margins there, 1-0. Yeah, I could definitely see that. Definitely so, especially if we went to extra time. Yeah. 1-0 win is probably the most likely outcome in extra time, but yeah, I'm nervous for the second half. Chelsea have played well, but they've not been dominant.
And especially in a final, because if you concede in the first half, you've still got loads of time to get it back in a final. If you concede in the second half, I don't know what it is about, I have it, but as a fan, when you concede in the second half of any game, it's more daunting because you've got less time to correct it.
Yeah.
It's a more...
And Hayes can't shout at them.
Yeah, because rather than going, we've conceded, but we've got 70 minutes left, we go, we've conceded, but we've got 35.
Yeah, Arsenal players emerging from the tunnel now. Chelsea already on the pitch. Yeah, so Hayes, not a long team till.
No changes for the
Eidevall, slightly longer.
There's a lot of screaming and throwing water bottles around. Emma Hayes did, if I was sat in the room and Emma Hayes did that, we'd be motivated to go.
Lamine JB Jame says, good afternoon from Italy. Good afternoon. If you are just hopping in, say hi in the live chat. Give your thoughts on the game so far.
Bubenmoy back for Zinsberger. Fox. Kalova. It's opened up here a bit for Arsenal. James was getting back, Carter was there as well. Cadena, Spanish defender, coming on then. Only goal that she has scored for the club was in this competition in the group stage win against Reading in January. Well, they're asking for a foul there. Cheryl Foster saw nothing wrong with the challenge. It was Cuthbert who came away with the ball in the end. Blackstenius was the one asking the question. And I think, if anything, Blackstenius makes the contact into Cuthbert, doesn't she? James finding New Charles, who showed a bit too much of it to Beth Mead. Fox, that's a foul by James. Useful pass that. Lacasse. Deflected. Oh, and Beth Mead couldn't sort her feet out. Emily Fox. Flags up. Well, the offside comes now, but Beth Mead would have been in business if she'd been able to sort herself out a bit better here. A couple of deflections on it, and then a complete air shot from Mead. Ramirez trying to scoop it through for the run of Gritting Conrad. Cuthbert. Jess Carter. Leah Williamson's right knee was taped up before the game, so you read into that, perhaps that's the reason she's come off at the interval. Here's Ritting Conrad. Good turn back into the path of Melanie Leupolds, who got underneath it a bit too much. With the clip forwards, Charles onside for my money. Into the path of Ritting Conrad, who teed up Leupolds. This is the 7th time that these clubs have met in various competitions since the start of 2023. So it's given ample opportunity for the two coaches to work out the strengths of their opponents and perhaps ways to cancel them out, and that's what they've done so far. Nobody picking up James here. Kadina comes across to deal with it. She's been fouled by James, who might find herself in trouble. Kadina was caught, and the yellow card is out. First caution of the game goes the way of the former Arsenal player, Lauren James. Bit of a naughty one from James. Played in the Chelsea Academy before leaving for Arsenal at the age of 13 in 2014. Chelsea's top scorer this season. Kadina, meanwhile, who's only just come on for Leah Williamson, now trying to patch herself up. Williamson going off in the one alteration to the side that started for Arsenal that you're seeing on your screen now, with Leah Kadina on for her. Well, no confirmation as to what the reason was for Williamson going off. You can only assume it's an enforced change. What's going on here? Needs some new boots, and the Arsenal team scampering across to ensure that she's got some. Well, Arsenal temporarily down to 10 while she gets the change of footwear sorted. See, unchanged so far from the lineup that began the match, although there were 6 alterations in it from the side that began in the Champions League against Ajax in midweek. Kadina back on now for Arsenal. Fox getting up, but then didn't know where the ball had gone. Charles for Ritten Conried. Ritten Conried's ball in. Zinsberger wasn't commanding. James. Side netting. Now Zinsberger done herself some damage. Well, it's all happening. Just lots of meaty challenges and injury issues rather than too many clear-cut chances. It's a tight offside call. On the follow into the side netting. Zinsberger now receiving attention. Well, Hannah Hampton in the first half went down with a problem from a non-tackle related issue when she pulled up after slipping when launching a clearance upfield. Zinsberger seems to be okay. been busy, haven't they? And that's poor. Like a foul as well. As Palova tried to wrestle possession back for Arsenal. Well, they got themselves in an awful muddle here. Zinsberger out from the back, and then the misstep from Fubenmoy pounced upon by Nusken. Chelsea get themselves a free kick as an end result of that. Nearly an hour played, and we still await the opening goal of this final. Back for Cuthbert. James. Cuthbert. That's a useful ball! Well, Lloyd Ponks is asking for a corner kick. There's certainly a fair amount of pressure on her as she tried to guide that goalwards, and Fox may well have got the final touch. James. Cuthbert clips in. Ramirez! Carter. Perisset gets it back for Lauren James. And Zinsberger can make the gather. Lacasse. Been a good carry from Chloe Lacasse. And she's still got it. Beth Mead won't be able to scamper across and keep that in. That's a waste for Arsenal. Well, Lacasse did wonderfully well to carry it so far. Mead had pulled off into a handy area, but the pass far from ideal. Is that seems to have been a change of skipper at half-time for Chelsea, with Erin Cuthbert now wearing the armband instead of Niamh Charles. Anyway, here's James, who's gone to ground. Emily Fox. Little, there was no foul. Zinsberger short for Codina. Emily Fox. Closed down by James. Codina scampers away from Ramirez. Mead asking a bit much from Blackstenius. Now a goal as Hampton hammers this away. Fox wins the header ahead of James. Blackstenius' touch has come for Leonardson Mornham. And went for the early chip. Hampton always had it covered. to get back quickly here, though, as the ball quickly found its way to Leonardson Mornum. Carter. Kudina. Buchanan was rolled there. And which way is the free kick gone? It's against Khadisha Buchanan. Committing more than double the amount of fouls that Arsenal have so far. Buchanan has to be quick. And he's opted for safety first. Fox. Beth Mead. Little. Sent wide by Vubenmoy. Pelova. Little. Emily Fox. Little with a heavy touch. Riskins then given it away. Mead. Neatly done by Emily Fox. Gets it back from Leonardson Mornum and gives it back to her now. Vubenmoy. McCabe. Clever, but Carter wise to it. She's been struggling with a bug this week. Jonas Eidevall says it's some effort from Alessia Rusic just to be available today, and if she is due to be introduced anytime soon. Kick. Around and eventually scrambled half away. Comfort leaping into the challenge. Buchanan has it. Almost 3/4 of the 90 minutes have now elapsed. Cuthbert had a pocket pick by Palova. And here now is Lacasse. Too close to Hampton. That's a good save from the Chelsea keeper. I'm not sure that Chloe Lacasse should have given her any chance to make a save, though. Palova, that's useful. Ramirez is chasing this and has got to it as well. Ramirez. They've got an overload on that far side. Nuskin's effort, not fully away. Cuthbert. Carter. It's a poor ball. She immediately apologises for her side, indebted to Hannah Hampton for getting down smartly here. Erin Cuthbert will be the most relieved player about the fact that it came to nothing for Arsenal. Cass took it in her stride well, but it is too close to Hannah Hampton. Disappointment for Russo and co. Fox. Another problem here for Zinsberger, and I wonder if this one might be game over for her. Look too much comfort at the moment as Chelsea get ready to bring on Vera Wrighton. Given the way that this match has gone, you fancy it could certainly be a one-goal game. So one mistake, one moment of magic now may well be a cup-winning one. She's up again, and Arsenal are making a change, but not to their goalkeeper, with Caitlin Ford about to enter the fray. Buchanan, oh, heavy touch, and she gets a bit lucky. Perisset. Palova. Zinsberger. Final 20 minutes of the 90. And of course, the possibility of extra time and penalties. James stepping in. Leupolz for Lauren James.
Substitution for Arsenal, replacing number 24,
Well, Chloe Lacasse had that really big chance that she was unable to take. They bring on the vastly experienced Australian Caitlin Ford in her place. Carter back to Hannah Hampton. Trying to get the Arsenal fans revved up a bit more. Cuthbert. Ramirez. Nearly intercepted by James. It's come the way of Cuthbert. Charles. Cuthbert. Jess Carter. Started to get a little bit cagey now. Extra time. Be a bit more of a strain for Chelsea than Arsenal when you think about their workload and the amount of minutes in the legs of the players. Yes, Emma Hayes did shuffle and change 6, but still going to be a bit of lethargy just given the campaign as a whole. Little. It was a bit telegraphed. Charles onto it. James took the contact from Mead and she'll gratefully take the free kick as well. Tossed in by Perisset. James. Back to Buchanan, who's going to have to go all the way back to Hampton. Charles. To Hannah Hampton once again. James. Ramirez wanted the early pass. James ambitious, but that is some ball. Ramirez wants it and gets it back, and then the effort is scuffed wide really by Melanie Leupolz. Well, Lauren James played an absolute beauty of a ball. 2 out wide. It's Ramirez's last contribution to this League Cup final. The miscontrol that saw the chance come and go, and she has been withdrawn. And Guro Reiten is the replacement. Derby times. Goal now. And it may well be the clinching one of this 2024 League Cup final. The attendance today, 21,462, so that is a new record for this competition. Here goes Mead. Charles across to jockey behind, and she's done just that. Buchanan. Caitlin Ford now. Ford nearly through for Blackstenius. Buchanan. Runs hammered. Ball forwards blocked by Kadina. Moy. Charles. Kadisha Buchanan. Nearly came the way of right, and it has broken for Lauren James. She's had it nicked off her by Mead. It's Little now. Will we get a winner in the 90 minutes? Little's pass was sliced somewhat, so Charles can intercept. And set Guro Reiten chasing after this. Fox, though, covering nicely. It's been a game high in intensity, but pretty low on quality for genuine chances. Cuthbert. Zinsberg has come a long way together. McCabe. He goes forward. Nicely laid off, but Cuthbert was alert to the danger for Chelsea. Buchanan. Charles finding Cuthbert. Charles again. Cuthbert let it run. Here she is, though. Good challenge on her. James stepping in. Now Wrighton. Cross was blocked. Charles leads there. Bit scrappy, but little in possession now. Challenged by James. Arsenal throw. Charles, nice drop of the shoulder from Leupolds. Charles gets it back from Wrighton. Cuthbert. Lauren James. Zinsberger with no pressure at all. Zinsberger. He's going to come on late in the day in terms of the 90 minutes. It's out for a throw. Cade couldn't control. So on comes Catley, off goes Beth Mead, who has had a quiet afternoon. Catley's introduction might mean a bit more licence for, say, the likes of Katie McCabe to push further up the pitch. Touched on by Wrighton. James got there first. Charles not quite back to Wrighton, who might get there still. That's cleverly done. James onto it. James through on goal. Lauren James! What a save, Zinsberger. Chance to quite possibly win the League Cup for Chelsea. And Lauren James denied by Manuela Zinsberger. There were some lovely touches as well as a bit of luck in the build-up. Right here with a very clever scoop over the top. James set herself up with the first touch, but then couldn't beat Zinsberger with the effort across goal. She cannot believe it. Zinsberger stays. Britton Conrad. It's a free header, one that Charles can't do much with though. Buchanan. James with the standout chance of the game. Over. Worked across here to Fox. Zinsberger's after it. Bit of hesitation. Hampton with a fairly hurried clearance, which gives Arsenal a throw. Little. Bit of room to work with here. The pass was awful, straight to Carter from Lennartson-Mornham. Fox. And again. Away from Cuthbert. Blackstenius wants it. Is this the moment for Arsenal? Well, it could have been, had the pass been better. Overhit by Fox. Should really have done better there. Well, she was onside, timed her run well, but the pass was overhit. Fox. The 90 minutes now up, and we'll have 7 added on. Arsenal get a free kick just as we enter additional time. It's the second yellow card of the match as well, and it goes to the now Chelsea skipper, Erin Cuthbert. Away by Carter, collected by Little. And from Fox, who wants the return and gets it. Chelsea were looking to break, but Wolverhampton ensures that they are unable to do so. Well, both keepers have popped up with big saves in this second half. Hampton denying Chloe Lacasse, and then James kept at bay by Zinsberger. Blackstenius. Opportunity knocks perhaps here for Arsenal. Little. And the flag is up for an earlier offside. David Moy, risky. Chelsea might profit. It's Cuthbert. Guro Wrighton. Cuthbert has to shuffle it backwards. Charles. Ooh, for a minute, Zinsberger was worried. Certainly wasn't. It was intended by Niamh Charles, but it nearly resulted in a late Chelsea goal. It's going to be brought back for the earlier infringement. Losing out. Little. Arrowed across to McCabe. Watched by Charles. Fox. I've got the feeling both sides have perhaps settled for extra time. A stoppage here. They're sitting comfortably and almost certain to see at least another 30 minutes of action. Well, obviously a very serious matter at the moment. Frida Leonardsen-Mornem still down, and we are not going to speculate about what the current situation is, but obviously the biggest concern at the moment is for her safety and well-being, and we're not entirely sure at the moment whether the match will continue or not, but at the moment all focus is on the Arsenal player. Molyneux rises as one, with applause as Frida Leonardsen-Mornem is stretchered off the pitch. Alessia Russo will replace her, but understandably a concerned mood around Molyneux at the moment. Understandably lengthy stoppage, is back underway, of which there won't be a great deal, you wouldn't have thought, until the final whistle goes and we head into a period of extra time. This is Katie McCabe. Next one out of play for a throw. But there was round about a minute or so of the 7 additional remaining when Frida Leonardsen-Mornem went down. Cuthbert. Cleared by Carter. Fox to take this throw. Up from Buchanan. Covina goes all the way back to Zinsberger. Both goalkeepers have provided some heroics already. Might need more if we can't be separated after extra time, which is incoming now. As Cheryl Foster blows the full-time whistle. Chelsea and Arsenal not separated after 90 minutes. There were big chances in the second half for both sides. Chloe Lacasse was kept out by Hannah Hampton, but an even bigger opportunity in the other end when Lauren James was through on goal and Manuela Zinsberger did brilliantly to keep her at bay. So we will have at least another 30 minutes here at Molineux with the full-time scoreline. Robin Moy. Now Ford. Telova for Ford. Cuthbert. Perisset turns it back to Jess Carter. Chelsea bench. Eva Jones, who scored last weekend at West Ham, is an option. The vastly experienced Frank Kirby. Katerina Macario made a quick impact as a sub in the WSL in her debut earlier on this season. Here is Russo. Hampton fully behind it. Worth a try for Melessia Russo's perspective here, as it appeared to open up a bit in front of her. Moved a little bit in the air, but Hampton saw it all the way. Chelsea with more efforts in the game, but it's Arsenal who have had more on target. Erin Cuthbert. Perisset. James. Back for Writing Conrad. Scooped up nicely and made a bit of a mess of that. Newskin's effort blocked, but now the whistle goes. Marginal call, but probably just about the right one. I was talking about some changes, and bang on cue, here is one. Nuskin is withdrawn, and Katerina Macario comes on. Covering the miles so well again to track back there. Katerina Macario, the American forward, who was made a number of substitute appearances for the club. And on from the bench, once again, the vast majority of her minutes for Chelsea since joining last summer have been from the bench. Made her debut against Leicester back in March, after her debut was delayed due to the ACL injury, which kept her out for nearly 2 years. Russo. Telova. And the whistle goes for a Chelsea free kick. There is some positive news regarding Frida Leonardson-Marnham. The host broadcaster has been informed that she is stable and being looked after. Be a relief to Jonas Eidevall and all of those Arsenal supporters with the club, also sending a message via social media which simply said that everybody at the club's thoughts are with her. receiving some running repairs. Chelsea also replying to Arsenal's message, saying that they wish Frida Leonard-Monum all the best as well. Jess Carter for Chelsea. Really lost it, Charles. She has, in fact, and now it's Russo. Blackstenius through the middle. Fox really came to Ford. Russo's in there. Palova aiming for Ford. Cracked up towards Lauren James. Macario wants it. Here she is. Macario delays the pass and now looks for James, and just a bit too much oomph on the lift forwards. Ford. Still Caitlin Ford. Oh, that's loose. Macario. James is offside. And now the flag does go up. Well, it's a bit slack by James, who should really have retreated to an onside position. Moy. Kadina. Fox. Fox fires it in. Palova went for the first time hit. Brighton. Looking across to see if there may have been an offside. Perisset. Leaping into the challenge there was Steph Catley. Catley underneath this one. Macario. Macario again. Now, what have Arsenal got on the counter? Blackstenius charging after it. Buchanan across. Back it goes to Fox. Little. Palova. Now Catley. Oh, inviting! And the chance not taken. Katie McCabe in a really good area, but couldn't get the header on target. Well, it's another big chance that comes and goes. The flag was raised. Didn't look as though McCabe was in an offside position, though. Well, VAR would have double-checked that and seen that McCabe was on had the ball ended up in the net. Perisset back here for Carter. At the moment it does feel almost inevitable that we're going to penalties. That said, here's Ford. Catley. Whistle goes. Not sure if it was for offside or a foul. Gets set to pump this upfield. Little. Cario has impeded her. We go into additional time at the end of the first half of extra time. Blackstenius fell over. It's the greatest ball back. Blackstenius after this. Charles has done her job well. So 2 additional minutes at the end of this first half of extra time. From Ford, but straight down the throat of Carter. That might be handy for Lauren James to chase. And James's pass needed to be intercepted by Catley. Seconds remaining before the interval in extra time. Ev Perisset. Carter. Perisset. Here's James. Charles sent it on. Brighton, danger here. And it's Lauren James. Gathered safely by Zinsberger. The last action of the first half, and still we wait for the opening goal of this Women's League Cup final. Katie McCabe with the latest chance that wasn't taken, her header wide of the post for Jonas Eidevall's side. So half-time in extra time, Arsenal 0, Chelsea 0. away. If there is no goal in the next 15 minutes, then it is a penalty competition to settle this League Cup final. Goes from Fox. Lifted towards Russo. Blackstenius wants it and is in here. Blackstenius! May have been a hint of offside about it anyway, as Blackstenius tried to latch onto Russo's ball through the middle, but that is what Arsenal fans have been wanting, these two playing together rather than one or the other. Pass. Conrad for Macario. Now they want a handball. Little. Made a meal of getting that away. James. Little with the pass that was risky to say the least, and James, well, it was always rising. This was their shout for a penalty, but it was off the legs first and foremost before Moy saw it hit her arm. Arsenal, meanwhile, have confirmed some very welcome news that Frida Leonardsen-Marnum is conscious, talking and in a stable condition. They say as well that she will continue to be monitored closely by their medical team. Kadisha Buchanan. Erin Cuthbert, she's arced that out nicely to Ritten Conrad, who was looking for Wrighton. Tatley's lost out. Ritten Conrad. Back for Hampton. Buchanan. Charles, here's Cuthbert. Almost left the ball behind. Buchanan. Eating up the turf now is Caitlin Ford. Blackstenius waits. Ford, and Hampton gathers. Well, for a minute, it opened up here for Caitlin Ford. No Chelsea player immediately came to make the challenge. Carter backed off and Ford advanced. Eventually, when she was closed down, the block came in from Buchanan. James. Ooh, and Martin Conried asking for the penalty from Catley. She's got the ball meantime. In from Cuthbert. Catley here hit it onto her own arm, so there won't be anything in that. Moy. That same towards Blackstenius. Buchanan across, and Buchanan got the touch. Russo. Nicely laid off. Ford couldn't make anything of it. Cleared by Leupolds. Cuthbert. Brighton. Well, you certainly feel that one goal will be enough to win this final, as it's been such a tight and cagey affair. Fox bundled over. Arrowed across nicely to Fox. Fox again. Free kick. Time can so often feel like a bit of a phony war, with penalties looming large on the horizon. So desperate not to make a mistake that could prove pivotal. You can sense the tension. Charles with this throw though. Behind Brighton, cleared by Russo. Buchanan watchful with Blackstenius on her shoulder. Charles trying to get there. And Fox out of play. Leupolds. Oh, clever. Macario! Couldn't get clean contact on it. And now, what have Arsenal got? Cooney Cross with the cross. Back here for Rousseau! Straight at Hampton. Well, Cooney Cross certainly has injected some energy into midfield. Look at this burst forwards. And as Chelsea backed off, she saw the obvious pass out wide to Ford, who's cut back into Alessia Russo, gave her the chance to ping it first time. Right into the midriff of Hampton. It's looking increasingly likely that one of the goalkeepers will turn out to be the hero of this League Cup final. As the prospect of a penalty shootout now is just 5 minutes away. Forward, and still, Blackstenius! It might be the goal that wins the League Cup for Arsenal. Jonas Eidevall's side within touching distance of lifting the trophy in back-to-back seasons and ending Chelsea's hopes of a quadruple. In a game that almost felt destined to go to penalty kicks, Stina Blackstenius has found a way through for Arsenal. I don't think there's any question of an offside in there. Cuthbert thought she'd made the initial block, but the ball bounced back to Blackstenius, and Arsenal's top scorer was able to bury the opportunity. You can see here Cuthbert flicked the ball away, but it bounced back into the path of Blackstenius, who then managed to just about get it beyond the grasp of Hannah Hampton. And Chelsea's grasp on the prospect of a quadruple has been firmly loosened now. She scored a hat-trick in the semi-final success against Aston Villa earlier on this month, and she has the only goal of the final as well as we go into the final 3 minutes. Chelsea set to make a change. Aggie Beever-Jones, who scored last weekend, is going to be thrown on. Blackstenius. Buchanan. Chelsea have to throw caution to the wind now. Well, unless they can rustle something up in the next couple of minutes, Emma Hayes will not be departing Chelsea with a quadruple in the bag. Off goes James, who'll still be thinking about that chance she had in the 90 minutes when she wasn't able to beat Manuela Zinsberger. She's off, Beever-Jones is on. Time is against Chelsea now. Charles. Minutes of extra time left to play. And Blackstenius chasing this. Chance to wrap it up once and for all, but she loses her footing. Cuthbert pinged forwards for the chase of Charles. That's a good-looking ball in and a vital interception. Macario. Oh, she's gone over. To be fair, wasn't asking for anything. Saw the gap and darted between the two of them, and Fox was leaning into her. Referee felt it was no more than that. So into additional time in extra time. Two minutes added on at the end of extra time. 2 minutes for Arsenal to see out. 2 minutes for Chelsea to try and find a leveller. They're nearly there. Away by Russo, anywhere will do for Arsenal. Well, he's not happy here, and there's a bit of a coming together between Cuthbert and Jonas Eidevall about where the throw-in was taken from. Will Chelsea get one last chance? Wrighton feeding Charles. This might be it. It's a corner. Well, this is the cup final. Zinsberger stays, and Ford should be able to run this away for Arsenal. The 2 additional minutes are up. Arsenal are League Cup winners once again. Jonas Eidevall's side have beaten Chelsea in the final for the 2nd year running. Stina Blackstenius settles it minutes from the end of extra time. Not much pleasantry.